Hi, guys. How are you doing? It's so nice to see you. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the after show. We'll talk about what is happening in the gray market and also about the kind of results that we have been getting in the auctions over the weekend in Geneva. Because, on the one hand, there are very strong indications that along with everything else, the gray market is down. On the other hand, when it comes to the most desirable watches, the collectible watches, the iconic examples, the best condition watches that always are very desirable in the auction circuit, the prices are as strong as ever. There is a Chrono Tokyo dress watch that sold for more than 25K in Swiss francs. And Ming just sold in the same Philips Geneva auction for more than 15,000 Swiss francs. So we need to try to make some sense of what is going on in this market. Alan DL reminds everyone to upvote. Thank you, Alan. Jay Gray is here. And Hoff on Smash. So everyone coming over from Archie, make sure you like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Hoff on Smash. It's lovely to have you. The link is already there, and I think I pinned it. Let me see. All right, it is now pinned. And we will take a look at some of those pieces that have made and realized some absurd prices. I'm especially interested because I'm working on a little piece, actually, a short video that I'm gonna do on the channel. One of those, 5 to 8 minute narratives, because I remember George Varghese, one of the committed listeners, viewers of the show, has asked me whether I can identify some up and coming brands. And when I was put on the spot, I didn't really have any real outliers or real emergent brands, right? Whatever we named in that show, whether it was Chapek or Laurent Ferrier or any of the similar brands, that's nothing new, right? We already know those brands, but I do have actually a few out of the box different ideas about what is really emerging in the watch market, especially when it comes to independent brands, especially when it comes to smaller brands that may become really desirable in the near future, that are already picking up. And I'm going to release a video about this just this weekend, before the end of this weekend. On Wednesday, I have the pleasure again to host the Archie Luxury live stream when Archie takes the day off. So I expect each and every one of you to be there. And on Thursday, I'm actually invited to the opening of the new Gégé Lecoutre boutique on Rodeo Drive. I visited a soft opening today, and it's a beautiful, beautiful space. It really made me, it put a smile on my face, so to speak, because this is what this brand deserves. Happy Liberation Day, Sirocco. How are you doing?
Lord Hellespont, I'm doing very well in New York City, and actually
You're still in Jersey.
amazed. No, I left Jersey. Oh my God, we're doing a whistle stop tour. I've been in DC, I was Baltimore, Philadelphia. I got to New York City 3 days ago, and we're flying out of here tomorrow.
Isn't
I'm just
Baltimore
actually
isn't
sorry.
Baltimore like a little gem of a city that's usually not, the people look over that city, but I think it's a beautiful place. Did you enjoy your time in Baltimore? I lived there for.
Absolutely. We were down on the waterfront. It's all been revitalized. We went to a couple of museums, a couple of ships. I keep forgetting what's it called. The we keep calling it's the Constellation. I've just been reminded the Constellation. We had a look over the Constellation, which obviously the nautical theme for me is pretty cool. I just wanted to say to you, when I saw you, I came into the Archie chat. We've been
Yeah,
out tonight, and the first thing you said was Happy Liberation Day. I was actually very surprised that you actually knew about that.
of course I do.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, the whole Lord thing is a shtick, of course, but
obviously, yeah.
you know, I consider myself an Anglophile, and I'm relatively well read on historical matters. So, I know that this is an important day for the entire Europe, of course, but
Yes.
also the Channel Islands, UK.
For the Channel Islands, especially because that was actually the day after VE Day.
Yes.
So we were still. I mean, I say we. Obviously, I wasn't born, and I wasn't even. My parents weren't from Jersey originally. I was born there, to an English father and a German mother. Which for my mother coming from Germany, such a short time after the Second World War, like 10 years later, was a pretty brave thing to do. Anyway, but no, I just thought, I saw the comment and I respect that. We've had our differences, which is, way in the past. And, I just wanted to say thank you for honoring that.
Oh,
You know?
it's I'm much obliged in either case. That
Yeah.
I don't know many people in this community who are actually from the Channel Islands and from Jersey specifically. So I see you on May 9th in the
Yep.
chat. Even if we were in the middle of butting heads, I would have still recognized that.
No, that's fair enough. No. How's your channel going anyway? Because look, this was the first time I've looked at your channel,
I know.
and
Did you subscribe?
I haven't yet. And look, I haven't been watching much YouTube anyway. I was out today. I looked at YouTube this morning. I haven't been on any stream. I haven't been on Archie stream for a few weeks. I haven't been on the dungeon for a couple of weeks. Seems like a couple of weeks. Haven't been anywhere, and not watching it. And I was watching Lex reports this morning, and
I
just put a
see.
couple of comments. And the Timepiece Fund reached out to me once he realised I was in New York City, in Manhattan. And we went out tonight. We met outside a multi-brand dealer, and which is his primary Rolex AD. And we went in and we tried all sorts of watches. I tried on a couple of Cartiers, Jaeger LeCoultre, Reverso Moon Phase. Was it Moon Phase? Can't remember what it's called. Absolutely stunning watch, and a root beer,
Nice. So
And
you think you will get a root beer? You have quite
something?
of two tones now, so that could be your shtick entirely, because you want a Santos in two tone. You just have
Yep.
your bluesy, of course. Just got your bluesy recently from
Yes.
the vault. So hey, it could be interesting.
Well, with having a steel sub and a two-tone sub now, bluesy, maybe the Bumblebee possibly would add to it. What else have I got? I got the two Yacht Masters, obviously, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
I really, really like the new Yacht Master 42 in yellow gold on the Oyster Flex.
Yeah, I mean, Oyster Flex watches, I think, have finally caught up, of course. But the first time I saw the Yachtmaster 40 in Everose, I love that. Like beyond the watch, I just love that Oyster Flex system. I know people rage about it, saying like, they're selling us a rubber band watch for a full gold price, but it wears very nicely. It wears
Absolutely. I remember a few weeks ago. Oh God, 3 or 4 weeks ago now. Not long after they came out, Plastic. I was talking to Plastic in the dungeon, and he'd been up to Brisbane and actually managed to try one on.
Yeah.
For an exhibit only watch, of course, and he said it was absolutely gorgeous. But it was an interesting today. I got to try on 5 watches.
New York is nice like that, right? Because you have boutiques and flagship stores of every big watch brand. So it's really a joy. Even in this godforsaken market for watches where there's hardly anything in the case, if you're in a place like New York or Los Angeles, you can still find something to try on, for sure.
Absolutely. No, it's been a good visit. We fly out tomorrow and we're going to Ohio and have a little bit of relax, because I'm flying back to Australia next week. So 5 months traveling is kind of getting a bit old now, living out of a suitcase.
Yeah, now I can finally take a vacation from the vacations.
Oh my God, yeah. Well, I went on a New York subway today.
Yes.
This morning we were trying to get to the Trade Center Memorial, and the shit hit the fan. Miss Sirocco just went through the turnstile first, expecting me to follow straight away, and she disappeared into the distance as I'm swiping my little Metro card, which wouldn't open the bloody turnstile. I watched her disappear 100 meters away around the corner and not realizing I wasn't with her, and I'm thinking, what the frickin' hell is going on here? Anyway, we eventually got through that, and that was good. And then we got on the subway and should have got off a stop, ended up in Brooklyn. So I had to walk across the Brooklyn Bridge, which is cool. It wasn't planned. So yeah, it's been an interesting day. It's been good fun. We did we've been doing the tourist thing, Empire State Building last night, which was absolutely up to the 102nd floor on the Empire State Building at nighttime is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. I'm just a little yachty.
Hey,
we're getting away from your watch, Chad. Which I should apologize for.
That's all good, man. No, New York, it's a beautiful city to visit, but it's also a beautiful city to live. I miss being in New York, honestly. I think, eventually it's inevitable for me. If I'm staying in this country for good, I'll probably end up on the East Coast, back on the East Coast, hopefully in New York, but yeah, you never know.
Yep. Yeah. No, we've had a good time, 3 days here, 3 days there, 3 days there, 3 days there. Washington, D.C. was good. Actually, that was really interesting. Really thoroughly enjoyed that. This coming from a Jersey boy, from the real Jersey boy, not the New Jersey boy, of course. And, from this little rock, which is, I don't know how big Manhattan is in physical size, but Jersey, where I'm from, is 9 miles by 5. So, we got a little bit of open space. There's not much open space here. So,
well, we forget that Manhattan is an island sometimes, but
absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. So it's you have that parallel there, but it's a very different form of inhabitation, I have to say.
It's crazy.
But yeah, I was just actually in the soft opening of a new Gégé Lecoutre boutique here in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills, specifically on Rodeo Drive. And it's a very beautiful space. They had everything stocked up, of course, because they're having a party on Thursday in the evening. So it was it was very nice. The new perpetual calendars they have in ultra thin and in Polaris looked amazing.
Yeah, I
Um,
did. I did see a what the hell was it? Ultra thin JJ LeCoultre, whatever the hell it was. I forgot. I'm hopeless with model numbers and stuff. I didn't even bother to try it on, or did I?
let
I've
me
tried
let
on
me.
so many watches in an hour. It's unbelievable.
I'll pull up. I'll pull up some of them.
Yeah, that's good.
This one today, the Polaris perpetual calendar, and it looked so much better than the way it looks on the computer screen. I have to say that before I pull it up. Um, this one,
Okay.
and
Yeah, I'm
it's
not
there.
really. The chronographs never do it for me, to be honest.
Oh no, this is a perpetual calendar, Sirocco. So
Yeah. Okay. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
not your
Okay.
style, not your
Yeah.
shtick.
Sure. Yeah. Those little subdials. You see, I've got to wear glasses. If I need glasses to see stuff, I don't want to wear it.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I sometimes say this jokingly, but I also mean it. Like who reads anything off their watch anyways? Like, time, day, I don't care. It's just aesthetically, if it's pleasing, it's pleasing. But I'm mostly with you. I like three-handers,
Yep.
for better or worse. Usually what I want is really forget even the dates, just the no date sub. For me, that's perfection. But once every so often, I crave for something like this, or what they have, for example, in their ultra thin, which people call Doctor Strange, because it's what Benedict Cumberbatch wears as Doctor
Yes.
Strange in the movies.
Yes. Yep.
So this was also very impressive because again, it's like it has this grand complication in a very thin case. It was something quite special. Um, but yeah, it was for me. It was mostly great to see them finally, on the main stage on Rodeo Drive, having a nice store. The facade was itself decorated with these Art Deco sun rays that are now on the Reverso's carrier, instead of the engine turned decorations. So
Right.
it was just a nice store. So hopefully I will be able to live stream, because that's the other thing that happened with my channel. Now I can live stream from my phone, and I have a
Yes.
community board. So it's something got unlocked, and
If
I
you can get an access to an AD and let them, and they allow you to live stream, your channel will just go through the roof because I don't think anyone else can.
we'll see. Maybe for this occasion they might let me do it for a little bit, because it's like a open to public kind of party without any
Yes.
secrets. Like, you still need an invitation, but it's not like they're really showing anything exclusive. So it's not
Yep.
like Rolex 2022 new releases or something.
Yeah. Sure.
Um,
Yeah. No. No. It's been interesting. I'd never tried on like a Reverso, for example. That was actually gorgeous today. Um, I did not expect. I think it's the moon phase, and you turn it over and it was blue with another, whatever. I had no idea what the model number was or anything, but it was absolutely just a gorgeous piece. I did say to the guy that, once he flipped it, he showed me how to do it. And I went, okay, I'm looking at this and it's blue and the dial's a bit smaller. And I said, yeah, but I need my glasses to see it. And he said, that's okay. And we just pushed it the other way and suddenly I can see it again. It's really nice. And it got me thinking that after trying on 3 different Cartier Santoses,
right.
um, and then going over to that, I went, oh God, what do I do now? you know, I don't know if I need any more
Actually,
watches.
well, I mean, we don't need any, not even one, if you ask me. But our mind
Well,
doesn't work like
maybe
that.
one, maybe one. There you go. Was that the one? No, it
And
wasn't.
for you know, their website is actually, excuse my French, but absolute dog shit. These watches look
Yeah.
so much better in person. Um, they just have a very sterile and dry way of taking their photographs for these
Yep.
websites. Um, the dials on all three of these are just incredible, incredible. So I'm glad you had this one-to-one experience with the Reverso, because there are so many different kinds, different dials, different complications, different sizes. So it's really a watch that you have to put on and try for yourself. I'm glad you had the
Yeah.
opportunity.
And I have to say, all thanks to the Timepiece Fund, who I don't know if he watches your
Yeah,
show. He's an Archie fan.
I know.
Um, and we've spoken a couple of times, and actually I'd forgotten we'd actually he'd been a panelist on the Dungeon as well. So you know, he reached out to me this morning, so we met, and thanks to him, I got to try on a few watches, and he seriously thought that they had a root beer in the safe that they may have offered me.
Mm,
That's the relationship he has with this AD. He said it's his primary one. He's been buying watches there for, I can't remember how many years he said, but that would have been interesting if they turned around and said, "We have one." What would I have done? I thank God I'm not gonna. I don't know, because I'm not really into the GMT function. I had an Explorer too, but
mm.
this root beer, that was a really nice watch.
It is. I think they did the right thing by choosing Everose for the gold parts, for the center links and everything, because the way I'm wearing my root beer today, and the way yellow gold ages kind of gives it this pinkish
Yep.
hue. So I think they caught that right. I really think, for me, coming from the vintage perspective, I would really like it to have like a brown sunburst chocolate kind of dial, but they went
Yep.
with the black, and that's fine. Maybe they will have that option in the future. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows what Rolex is going to do? Who knows what any mob are going to do? An interesting sidebar
Can
was,
I ask a quick question? Because people
yep.
are being very insistent. You can just say
Okay.
no and not answer.
Yeah.
Jan asks, Sirocco, why aren't you meeting up with Tim in New York City?
Well, it's a simple thing, really. I don't know Tim. I've never spoken to Tim outside of the Archieverse, and outside specifically Archie's channel. And I did have a WhatsApp from Tim. I have no idea how he got my WhatsApp contact. I wasn't very happy that someone had given it out, because I think if someone gives out a contact to someone, you need to ask that person first. And yes, I blocked him when he was in Vegas. He even brought it up on a Archie show. Why did Sirocco block me when all I had to say was hello? Well, he didn't actually say hello. There was a little bit more to it than that, trying to stir drama. I don't want to get involved in Tim's drama because it's caused me, specifically me, all sorts of problems. And
I
I don't need the
understand.
shit.
Yeah,
Simple as that. I met
yeah.
Timepiece Fun today. He's a nice guy. I've spoken to him on the channel, on the Dungeon channel anyway, and he's a good guy. So it was a spur of the moment thing. Tim,
Oh,
yeah,
the timepiece.
I got nothing against Tim Wright.
Yeah, same
Seriously.
same here. It's just people have asked in the chat. Timepiece Fund has been great. When Archie and Tim were in London, he was one of the most consistent contributors. The questions with the super chats. He has jumped on. He started coming back to the panel recently more often. I know he spent some time in the dungeon as well. So It's yeah. I'm glad you could put a face with the name. I know him mostly from his wrist shots and his library, his shelfies, so to
Yep.
speak. So I'm glad you guys made that connection. He's
Yeah,
great.
look, he was good. We spent a bit over an hour together. We had probably half an hour, 45 minutes in the AD. I'd left my girlfriend sitting at a bar while I went over to meet him. Then I said, "Hey, the place is shutting. Let's go and have a drink." And we went and joined her. We had a couple of beers, and then we'd had dinner reservations booked. So we went. We parted company as friends, and he's a nice guy. Apparently, he's a fan of mine. I don't get it. I don't understand how I got fans in this YouTube land that I've
Hey, you're
found
a YouTube
myself in.
celebrity.
I
You
know.
don't even have to have a channel, Sirocco. Yeah, you're a YouTube celebrity now.
Isn't it bizarre? You know, I go on. I talk. Look, at the end of the day, I've been watching Archie for quite a few years. I've met Archie. I like Archie. We get on. Anything that's happened, all I've ever done is support Archie. And if I feel someone's, in my view, and this is back to the Tim thing, in my view, if I think someone is actually indirectly working against him, I question things. I've never actually said anything bad. I've
Of
just
course.
made questions,
So,
and
I mean,
Bears got upset. That's
I,
that's just the way I am.
yeah, I think, to not necessarily a counter perspective, but for me, I'm coming from the other end. Same way. I'm here for Archie, especially when I'm on the Archie Luxury live stream. I don't have any hidden agenda. Of course, it gives me exposure. Of course, it
Yes.
helps me promote my channel. Of course, I'm trying to get my channel monetized, but I'm working for him, for his interest. And to me, whether I like Tim Wright personally or not, it's a marginal question. Who cares? If Tim is good for Archie, he's good. That's
Yep.
it. For me, that's the end of the question. Tim works for Archie. Tim does good things for Archie. Tim collaborates with Archie. Tim Wright is good for me. For me, that's the end of the story, honestly.
I'll say one thing.
Of course.
Which this is away from just another sidebar, going off into a different tangent.
Of course.
I'm not even going to mention a name, but you'll know who I'm talking about.
I think so, yes.
You were right. I was wrong.
That's okay, Sirocco. I think look, the thing is, when it comes to, I'll put it like this: I have been fooled more than once by manipulative people that it tells you two things. One, that I do fall for these kinds of people, so I'm no different than you in that perspective. Two, but once every so often the light bulb goes on rather, and I say, oh, I know this guy, right? I've seen this guy before. I've dealt with these kinds of people before, so I know what kind of game he's running behind the scenes. So it takes me a while to recognize, but because I have gone through this experience a number of times in my life already, it clicks at some point. So for me, I just had the fortune basically of waking up to it a little earlier than
Sure.
than I did. So it's not, to me, no hard feelings about that. Jimmy reminds everyone to upvote. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, Jimmy. It's nice to see you. Nice to see everyone in the audience, and nice to see Sirocco here on May 9th.
There you go. How's that? Who'd have thought?
I mean, it's a good day. It's a good day to be here.
It is. Yep. I'm going to have one more beer and then I'll jump off, okay?
Of course, you stay here as long as you want. It's your home. I do say this to everybody, but I should say it to you so that you know, Sirocco.
Thank you, Lord. I appreciate it.
So did you see Santos two-tone in person as well, or was the Santos you tried all steel?
No, I tried on a Santos two-tone medium, and which we decided was actually too small for me. And the Santos two-tone large was a better fit. And in person and on my wrist, first time I've seen them in the past, but a long time ago, but never tried one on. And there it is. I mean, it's just absolutely stunning, and I was so tempted to just go yes, and then there was a steel with like a bluey grey dial, which was also beautiful. But that two-tone, that's the one that really does it for me.
You know, to me, again, of course, I love Rolex two-tone watches, and there are already two great icons there. You know, the bluesy, rest in peace blue shirt, and root beer. But I think when it comes to the execution of two-tone, I really love the way that Audemars Piguet does the Royal Oaks, and I really do like the way that Cartier does Santos. You know, those screws on the bracelet, I think, are a very nice.
Stunning. I'm just going to put my cam on for a second, if it works. There we go.
Oh, yes.
There you go. Haven't worn it for a few days. I haven't felt right in wearing it in the New York City, but yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Wear it in good health.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I love the gold bezel, of course, and the gold screws on the bracelet. I think it's a very, very nice touch.
It's that Cartier. It's I really like the brand. I've always liked the brand Cartier. I don't know why, but I always have. I've got a Cartier pen. I use Cartier fragrance. My reading glasses that I'm wearing now, I just bought them less than 3 weeks ago when I was in Jersey, and they're Cartier.
Nice.
They were Cartier sunglasses, and they took the lenses out, gave them back to me, and turned them into reading glasses.
And here's my question, just to help you dream a little more as well, Sirocco. If you were to get this watch in two-tone, what would be the strap that you would get with it? Because it does come with an interchangeable.
It does. What are the options here? Let's just scroll that down again.
Okay, so let me start from the very beginning right here. I'll do it slowly.
It'd be that black.
Yeah, right here, right?
Yeah, it'd be the black, I think, because it's just, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that does it. It becomes then a neutral watch, if that makes sense. You wear it with anything. Black is such a neutral color. You start going into these fancy color straps. I mean, I'm wearing my Aquaterra now with a blue strap, but it seems to get away with everything that I wear, because I wear blue all the time. But yeah, I like that black and gold and steel. I think that works really well, in my view.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. Everyone's different.
I think that looks great. Like you said, it's the most versatile choice. The black, it's much easier to match, and it would go with everything. But You know what I really like, and that's what I do a lot of times with my Reverso too, because of the blued hands. I think
Look at
maybe,
that's good. Yeah,
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 especially if they have maybe something a shade darker, maybe.
yep,
Anyway, it goes well with the hands, and of course, it's a nice combination with the gold as well, and you know that already because you have the blues.
yes, yeah, yeah.
So
No, that you're right. It, if push come to shove, it would be a difficult decision. I think it's something I'd have to sit down and just go, hey, well, what do I do? So I can just imagine I go in there and I go, oh, I just want a blue one or a brown, or even that tanny browny one next to the blue there. It's kind
maybe,
of a
yeah.
nice color. But then get home and you go, oh, second thoughts. Then what do you do?
Well, I know Cartier boutiques don't give discounts, but maybe they will throw in an extra strap for you. Who knows? Maybe you can sweet talk them to it.
I've got it.
Who knows?
I do have it. I do have a history with them at least. Not so much with
Right.
the reading glasses, but a bit of fragrance and a couple of pens.
Yep.
Over the past 2 years. Yeah, but that watch is gorgeous, and look at those blued hands, and it's just stunning.
Yeah, I think that's a very underrated pardon me, aspect of watchmaking in general. Those heat blued hands. I think it's a very very nice accent. I like them on the movements as well. You know, sometimes my reversal on the movement has these screws that are kiln fired in the same way as the hands on the dial,
Yep.
so it matches in color, and it's a very very nice touch as a decoration as well. So I like that as an aspect of watchmaking as well. Yeah, I think Santos for the right person, it's a great watch. I love that.
Well, it's
Joe
an
Fox.
iconic watch, really. It's been around a long time. I remember having something very, very similar back in the 80s, which I bought in Bangkok, Thailand, which obviously was a fake. And the only reason you knew it was a fake was because Cartier was spelled with a K. But, it was 20 bucks. I don't think it was even 20 bucks. It was just crazy. It lasted a long time. I remember my sister seeing it when she came over to Australia about 2 years after I bought it. It was still running with the original battery because it was a quartz, of course. And she looked at it and she went, "What the fuck is that?" And I said, "Oh, you like my Cartier, do you?" She, "Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful." I said, "Have another look." So and pretty much to look at it then to now, it was the same watch. If you didn't know. Yeah, I've always liked Cartier. Actually, I had a friend of mine in Jersey, he's probably long dead now. He had one. And it was, yeah, again, it was the same watch. I don't know how long these things, if it was called a Santos then or what, but it was pretty well close to what it is now. I don't think there was an awful lot of difference. But that could also show my lack of knowledge on watches.
No, but I mean, what I was gonna say is, most, of course, Cartier is known first and foremost for jewelry, etc. But most watch brands would be lucky to have the two icons or something like the two icons that Cartier has for watches, which is the Santos and the Tank. So
Yes,
I think it's a very good brand, and they're doing a good job reviving it as a horological house as well. Jay Gray says, "Does Cartier eyewear fall under the umbrella?" I don't know that, but Cartier is owned by Richemont, so
it
it's
is. Yes,
the same company that owns Gégé Lecoutre. It's the same company that owns Lange und Söhne, IWC, and many other luxury houses, of course.
An interesting thing with these glasses I have, as I say, they were sunglasses really, and they took the lenses out, which I actually have somewhere in my suitcase. They are the most comfortable glasses I've worn. I hate wearing glasses. I really despise wearing glasses, but these things, you just don't know they're on your head. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, and Jimmy was reminding us that Jackie O, of course, had the most iconic Cartier tank in history.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it really is a beautiful piece of design. You know, the word timeless, of course, is overused when it comes to describing watches and horological design, but tank certainly fits the bill.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know why I particularly like Cartier, but yeah, it's just something about it I like. I mean, Rolex I love, obviously, with the watches, and that goes back to my father with the 1966 Perpetual that I got. So I've continued on. That was the only Rolex he ever had. And now I've got 5 of the bloody things. Wondering whether should I buy one more, should I buy? But the problem is, you go, should I buy one more? Yeah. I'll buy one. Then it's, should I get another one? When, Lord, when do you stop? And it's not just whether it's a Rolex or an Omega or a JJ Le Coultre or a Cartier. When do you stop buying watches? That's the big question.
I can't. I think that's what I discovered. Because, I mean, I tried before, you know. I think what I told myself was this: when so I was given by my mom my dad's Submariner, and when I was in college, I basically saved up a bunch of money and got in New York the root beer for myself.
Yep.
And that was going to be it. And then sometime in late 2014, 2015, I started watching this.
So you'd have been in what, your 20s?
This weirdo from Australia on YouTube, and I caught the bug again.
I know this weirdo that you're talking about.
So I started watching the Pontiff, you know, around late 2014, 2015, and I got caught by the bug again, because it was supposed to be my father's watch and the watch I bought for myself. And suddenly I'm here in year 2022, now 37, and I have 5 Rolexes and my Reverso. So I don't know where it ends.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm kind of I bought my Submariner in 88. 88. What am I saying? 88? No, 18. I think it was 18.
Mm-hmm.
And not knowing. I mean, look, I know. I have never, and I will never profess to know anything about watches. My like about watches, my knowledge about watches is, if I see something I like it, and I'll buy it. Period. I don't care about, you know, resale and stuff. And then I bought the Saab, and same thing. Researched a bit on YouTube, and then come across this strange chap in Brisbane.
Brisbane. But by the way, speaking of Kennedys, this is JFK Jr. Flipping off the paparazzi, wearing a nice Submariner.
There you go.
And apparently, this isn't photographed, but it's said, at least it's rumored, that the watch he is wearing here is actually Paul Newman Daytona, that's Aristotle Onassis, his stepfather, gifted him. There's no final proof of that. We don't know for sure whether JFK Jr. actually had a Paul Newman Daytona. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it will turn up at some point in the auction circuit, and we will know for sure. But yeah, JFK Jr. I think is very underrated as a style icon. I really like the way, you know, he put together his outfits and just the cool air he had, and of course so did his father. But yeah, he passed away too young, both of them.
1999. I didn't realize. Wow.
Yeah, he didn't even make it into his 40s, unfortunately.
That's crazy.
Unfortunate accident.
Oh, was he the one who a plane crash or something?
That's
Was
right.
that him? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now I remember. Now, yeah. Now you mention it. Yeah. Wow. I didn't realize it was so long ago.
Yeah, and here he is with his stepfather.
Aristotle. Yeah. Incredible.
And there they are as the presidential family.
Yeah, they've certainly had some kind of curse to them, haven't they? That's that family.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the 30th floor, and I can hear all we can hear is bloody sirens. Hang on, I've got to mute myself.
That's right. That's well. Welcome to New York City. It's crazy. Like
this time last night, or like almost. Oh, hang on, I've got really just got that. That's better. Now we've got the window shut. We were on the 102nd floor of the Empire State Building last night, with the windows, you know, because they don't want people jumping out. That might be a bit messy. It's actually really kind of weird because they're very clear glass. Took some great shots. We can still hear sirens. It's just all the way up there. It's just bizarre.
Newbie says she gave him an RFK more than that. I think Jackie. Marilyn Monroe. Sorry, that's.
I think so. I think I don't think it was Jackie. Well,
I did not realize
Jackie might have as well.
Marilyn Monroe gave JFK a date. She gave him an RFK more than that. Yeah. Jay Gray says, any plans to come to Canada, Sirocco?
No, unfortunately not. If I had more time, look, originally I wasn't going back to Australia until July. I've been away since December the 23rd. So, yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah, and by the way, we in the chat, some of the lovely people in the chats were reminding us of the magazine that JFK established, which was called George, after George Washington, and it was kind of this how to put it? It was kind of like a spectacular take on politics, kind of trying to find a way, perhaps, of binding the most, the dullest part of politics into popular culture, and trying to find kind of a fashionable, stylistic way of talking about politics. This was the first issue with Cindy Crawford on the cover.
You think that cover might have helped?
And the tagline was "Not just politics as usual." So interesting tidbit there. Thanks for reminding us.
No pun intended, Lord, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Well, the Americans actually usually say tidbit, but I always knew that word as a tidbit, so I
and
wasn't.
and and then
I
this
was.
is where the Americans actually changed the English language slightly, and I had this conversation with Ms. Sirocco, who's sitting next door to me, trying to ignore me, and we had this conversation a lot where the Americans changed the English language, and let's be fair, it's the English language. And she'll spell something with a Z, and I go, no, there's no such thing as Z, it's a Z, you know, just little things like that. And in England, it's tidbit,
Yeah.
not tid, it's tid. The other one is the biggest one, and it comes into the watch, the Wimbledon dial. What the hell is the What is Wimbledon? I've never
I
heard of any place in London called Wimbledon. It's
I don't know what
Wimbledon.
that's about. I also heard, and I guess we could be particularly offended about this. I heard Tottenham recently from an American. I was like,
Yep.
what?
What the fuck is that? Tottenham. Come
Yeah,
on, you
apparently
Spurs.
it's Nottingham and Tottenham kind of mixed
Yeah,
together. I think that's what it. That's what was.
yeah. And you're a Tottenham's fan, if I remember right.
Yeah, and I thought we were getting away with that win
Ah,
that last weekend, and now we're in a very tough
it's,
spot. We need to beat Arsenal, and we need to also expect them to make drop
I,
another point to be in the top
I've
four.
been a Spurs fan since I was about 7 or 8, I guess.
Mm,
And I'm with you. Up until 2 days ago, I thought maybe we were within it. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think we would had a chance against Liverpool. I thought
right.
Liverpool would smash us, and to draw was the best result. But we needed Arsenal to lose, and
Yeah.
I think I think we will be in. We're not going to be in the Champions League. We may make the Europa.
That is a shame. I mean, the thing that I like about the coach, and this is the same thing I like about a lot of the pragmatist Italian managers like Ancelotti, like Conte, is they play a very good counter-attacking slash transitional play game, and it was almost working, and it frustrated Liverpool quite a bit. I mean, in fact,
Yes,
Jurgen Klopp made a lot of statements after the game, saying like, this is not my style of the game. They're defending a little too much and blah blah blah. But unfortunately, yeah, the result didn't serve them. It didn't serve Spurs, and yeah, too bad. At the end of the day, I think City is winning the league, and Arsenal might be getting away with that.
I think they will. We had that bad mid-season where after I, I don't even remember the guy's name, the manager at the beginning of the season. He played he was manager for 4 or 5 games, and I can't remember
Nuno, Nuno,
Nunes
Nuno,
Santos or something.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what that was about. They brought him in. I think he was always. I'd never heard of him, to be honest.
He was
I
he was decent in Wolverhampton,
but
but
why they got rid of
Mourinho.
oh God, yeah. Why
Yeah.
did they get rid of him? I didn't understand that. They've got Conte, who I think if he stays, next season could be very, very different. But I have a funny feeling Spurs and Daniel Levy in particular, he seems to go through his managers too quickly. Um,
And it's strange because that was his virtue, Sirocco. Like, the way he stayed for more than 4 seasons, I think, with Pochettino was
yes,
what brought the team such success. So for him to change Pochettino and then just cycle through managers like this, it's very strange. I can't make sense of it.
It's
Hopefully,
been a history. Prior to Pochettino, he was doing the same before. It was just cycling through managers. So I kind of, I'm a long-term Spurs fan. Obviously, living in Australia, I don't get to see any games. Even when I was in Jersey, it was just too difficult in those days, too expensive. Um, but I've tried to follow as often as I can and read read what I read in the media. As that's all we can do. I was in. It was funny. We played Manchester United whilst I was in Jersey, and my sister said to me, "We had a day in. I think it was a Sunday afternoon, and had a beer, and she said, let's watch Spurs Manchester United. I think it was Spurs Manchester United." And I said, no. Okay, we'll watch. And we started watching, and I said, no, I can't. And she, well, why not? I said, because every time I watch them, they lose. And they were losing. And then we flicked over and watched a movie, and then the end of the movie, let's check the footy results. And we won. And I said, there you go. I stopped watching. We won the game. Jay Gray sweater. Yeah, I'd love
bring
to.
me up to Med Sirocco. I'll meet you there. There are a few Manchester United fans in the chat, and I do feel for them because I'm a huge Cristiano Ronaldo fan, by the way. So I had high hopes actually for United this year since Ronaldo came back, and he himself didn't have a bad season, but that team certainly has a lot of problems they need to fix over the years. City got Holland, the son, the striker. Jimmy says, will they still choke in the Champions League, even with Holland? Here's my little take. I'm not going to go too much into it, but people always think of it in a very straightforward way, right? City creates a lot of chances, but they don't have a typical number 9 to actually convert those chances. But they create those chances because of the system, right? That false 9 system that Guardiola perfected over the years. So unless Holland can do both that job and still score, it's not going to be an instant solution. And Harry Kane wouldn't have been an instant solution either. Except I think he fit that profile actually better than Holland. Holland, I feel like, is more of a number 9 in the sense of Benzema, in the sense of Robert Lewandowski, and just like, classic strikers like that. So I don't know. I think they might need to tinker with the system a little bit. And I feel like Pep Guardiola has too much of an ego to sometimes recognize his mistakes. I mean, there's a reason that he couldn't win the Champions League after Barcelona. He couldn't win it with Bayern, and he's not winning it with City. Newbie says, only worry with Holland is injuries. He grew too quickly. That's the rumor, isn't it? Because Real was supposed to sign him, and supposedly they didn't want to go through with it because of the fact that he's injury prone. But I'm not sure if that's just a rumor or not. Jay Gray says Gunners. We won't.
We'll let Gunners just explode.
we won't hold it against you, Jay Gray.
I guess someone has to support them.
Well, I was just going to say, when since that's a trophy they created, being 4th place, I think
yes,
we'll let them win for this year as well.
and if by any chance that we do, that's better again. But yeah, we'll let them have it for now. Hey, Lord, it's been good talking to you. I'm going to jump off. Time for me to go to bed. We've got a plane to catch tomorrow and stuff to do. So, yeah, good talking to you. I wish you luck in your channel. I will keep an eye and watch it occasionally.
please do subscribe. It will help you keep an eye on the channel.
Yeah.
With every single subscriber, as always. So
Yeah.
please do.
Thanks for having me on.
It's your home. Whenever you like, jump on the panel, please.
Okay, buddy. Take it easy. Have a good night.
Have a good trip. Bye.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right, guys, we had a very nice guest on May 9, which is the Liberation Day for Jersey, for Sirocco's hometown, home island, I should say. So it was nice to have him, nice to catch up, and I'm so glad he actually made the connection with the Timepiece Fund in New York and had the chance to visit all these boutiques, Rolex, Cartier, Jaeger-LeCoultre. It was cool to have him. Jimmy says, yeah, Ronaldo deserves better. Hopefully he will stay on next season with Erik ten Hag and the new project. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I don't know whether the new coach would actually want to work with him. I don't see why he wouldn't, but who knows? Sometimes people want to manage the transition effectively, and if they are going to trust Ten Hag in the long term, that's another issue. But if they would expect some results very quickly, Ronaldo can help them get those results or not. I mean, it's like, I don't know if a new coach would want to hang up his hopes and aspirations on Ronaldo necessarily, because at the end of the day, he's not getting any younger. Messaging matters. What did you think of the fight? I've only seen rounds 1, 2, and 4 thus far. My vision of the fight, and Messaging Matters is talking about the Canelo versus Dimitri Bivol fight, light heavyweight championship, where the Mexican legend Saul Canelo Alvarez was moving up to 175 from 168 to fight the Russian champion Dimitri Bivol, who has a bigger frame, who is taller, and who has reigned in that division as a younger champion for 5 years. And the second half of the fight was night and day, basically, for Canelo. Canelo started out the way he did against Callum Smith. He was trying to find Bivol's body, maybe take a little bit off him every round, in the hopes that he would falter in the second half of the fight. He was hitting him wherever he could find him, on his left bicep, for example, to weaken his left arm, his lead hand, his jab over the rounds. But actually it worked in the other way. It seemed like Canelo just didn't have the kind of power that could hurt a bigger man. And boxing has a lot of cliches, and sometimes it's nonsense, but sometimes it's absolutely true. So one thing that people keep repeating is a good big man beats a good smaller man. And this was the story of that fight, right? Bivol was just too big, too young, too consistent, too much of a boxer for Canelo to figure out, to find a blind spot, to find a gap and beat him, because his power couldn't really hurt him. He was getting pushed back quite a bit by Bivol's power. And in the second half of the fight, Bivol just had the better legs, had more volume in terms of his punches, had more of the control of the pace. The fight unfolded according to his plan. So I don't know if Canelo would have any real chance in a rematch situation, honestly. MCM, welcome to the channel. He says, you're a high quality dude. Appreciate the effort and the content. MCM, I appreciate you being here. Newbie says, if Ronaldo rejoined United earlier, he could have been top goal scorer at Real Madrid and United. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine. I mean, look, I'm a bigger fan of Cristiano Ronaldo than Messi, but the fact that these two guys played for such a long time at such a high level, and having engaged in important rivalries, especially when they were in Barcelona and Real Madrid, it was just an incredible gift to us football, soccer fans. Jay Gray says they have good chance. That's the Gunners. I did not add an exclamation point or even a capital letter. Friendly skies, Sirocco. Jimmy says, even at his age, Ronaldo is still amazing, putting up great numbers. Imagine if he got proper service at United this season. Yeah, he can still win the Golden Boot in the Premier League. I mean, it's a stretch at this point, but he is at the third place, I think. Lone Snake, the Watch Community. Karen says, generally speaking, do boxers cut much weight? Yes, absolutely. And that's the other thing. Bivol is just the right frame for 175. I don't think he walks around, 220, 230 pounds. I think it's an easy cut for him to make. So for him to cut down to 175, he didn't sacrifice much. Whereas Canelo was coming up to 175, he was carrying extra weight, which made him, I feel, a little flat, if not sluggish, right? He was visibly slower in the ring. His feet seemed slower. His punch output seemed slower. So the opposite of Joe Calzaghe, right? Joe Calzaghe had incredible hand speed, for example, because he was made for 168. And then, at 175, still he carried a lot of that speed, even though I think his prime was at super middleweight. He and Bivol are more what I picture as size of a light heavyweight. Yes, I think, look, Canelo, even on official paper, he's 5'8", 5'8.5" or something like that. But I think he's even a little larger. He's a stocky, smaller dude. His frame is more of a middleweight, 160, and maybe super middleweight at 168. 175 is really too large for him. Captain Kirk says the tank looked so cool on Muhammad Ali. A champion wearing the tank is so underrated and classy. I think this is a very good observation, Captain Kirk. I really like the way he looks for that watch, quite honestly. I think there's a little bit of lesson in there about this on Archie's stream yesterday. And I will preface it with that. Damn, I don't want to subscribe. Okay, I will find another picture. I think the standards have changed a little bit. We have changed, of course. Archie loves saying, like, it's the hormones in the chicken, but our builds and body proportions have changed quite a bit. So maybe for today's standards, it might not seem ideal. I think as a dress watch, wearing something that is just a little bit on the smaller side, on the more conservative side, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think, in fact, dress watches should be a little smaller. And, sorry, the chat was covering the watch there. Especially, we were talking just Siroka and I, and how we have these collections, right? We have half a dozen watches, which means that we have different kinds of options, different kinds of occasions that these watches serve. And why not have a dress watch that wears a little smaller compared to all the sports watches that we have? Right? And we love saying about the heavyweights of this era, because we have people like Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury. Joshua is 6'6". Tyson Fury is, I think, 6'9". So these guys are very tall, but Ali himself wasn't minuscule either. He was 6'3". And if this guy can rock a tank, why not? Right? I think it's a great inspiration. Big George.
Hey, how are you, Lord?
We have a little bit of.
All right, I'll try to fix that. Hold up. Mute me for a minute.
Yeah, so I was saying, why not? It's when you have an entire collection, why not have a dress watch that is a little bit on the smaller side? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and it does look very cool indeed on Ali. Messaging says, you confuse me momentarily as Gervonta Davis's nickname. We have a real boxing fan here, is the Tank Davis. That's right. And he's fighting soon as well. Jimmy says, yeah, that was a question of mine. How much weight, if any, do boxers put on after the weigh-in and are at on fight night? Okay, the healthy thing should be that in today's standards, because you have a weigh-in the day before, maybe 20-25 pounds at most of your fighting weight. So if you are a light heavyweight, which is the 175-pound limit, you shouldn't really be walking around more than 200 pounds. And since you have basically an entire day, even day and a half, to rehydrate, you would probably be walking into the ring at 190, 195 pounds. Oh, Big George just dropped for a second. But yeah, usually it's plus 20, plus 25, and it really takes something away from you if you need to lose more weight than that. And that's for professional boxing, of course. I think for health standards, for amateur boxers, I think you should really be fighting very close to your weight, because you just weigh in right before the fight, basically, just a few hours before that morning. Big George?
Hey, how's my audio now? Any better?
Much better.
Okay, good. Yeah,
George, can I actually ask for a favor? Because I started more than an hour ago and I didn't take any breaks. Can you help me manage the next 2 minutes?
No problem. I'll handle the chat for you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see while Lord takes a break here. I seen him talking about the tank. I own a tank. It's one of the most. I was actually given. My father gave it to me because older generation. The watches was much smaller. 34 millimeter was like known to be like a tool watch. It was a big watch. Uh, we got Corrado saying hi. I appreciate it. Hi to you. Yeah, so then watches weren't really known to be as big. They're one of the biggest chronographs, big watch. There was outliers was Hoyer because and pilot watches because they had to be big. Because people had to see them. But normally a dress watch, they were small. You had Patek Philippe's. I believe the original '96 Patek Philippe, which is it's either the predecessor of the Calatrava or is the original Calatrava, is only like 32 or 33 millimeters. And as Lord said, Muhammad Ali, he wore this watch. So whoever says tanks are dainty, go ex Muhammad Ali. That is cool, George. We got Jimmy saying that is cool, George, to get such a iconic watch from your pops. Definitely, definitely. And the one that I have, I wish I could show it to you guys, but I don't have it on hand. It's in the bank. It's tricolor. It's a tricolor dial. It's beautiful. It really is. It's a nice watch. Ali couldn't handle today's big guys. My opinion, the only guy who could go toe to toe in Ali in the modern generation would be Mike Tyson from 1986 to 1990. I don't really think, it's debatable though, but I'm a Tyson fan, but Mike Tyson 1986 to 1990 he was knocking out people at the ring walk. Lone Snake, the watch community stream. Okay, I owe Big George an apology. The first time I heard him on a stream, I thought it was ABC doing JJ. Yeah, I remember that JJ impersonation. It took me several moments to
I,
realize it wasn't an impression. No, it's all good.
I
It's
think
all good.
it's the New York accent, isn't it?
Of course, it's a heavy Brooklyn accent.
Well, nothing wrong with that. New York, if I can call myself being from anywhere in this country, it has to be New York City. So,
There's no place like it in the world.
for sure. But also, because I lived in New York for 12 years. So it's, I miss it, man. I need to go back. Welcome back, everyone. By the way, Scotty Clark is here. Canelo is a phenom, normally going up weights. The knockouts disappear except for Hearns. And Hearns was, Hitman Hearns was as part, he physically, he had a very interesting, lean body type that really helped him fill into that frame as he went up, and he got a lot of leverage on his punches because, again, because of the way that he could put that torque into his shots.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, he had really long arms. He had good reach.
That's right. Yeah. Let's take a quick look at Hitman Hearns, at least, so people get this was the fight where he knocked Roberto Duran out in the second round, if I'm not mistaken. So you see how he towers over. And Hearns had two, not one, but two fight names. One was Hitman, and the second was the Motor City Cobra because of that jab, because he would shoot from the hip, like just bite like that. So they used to call him the Motor City Cobra because of that. Corrado Galizia is here, one of the great supporters of this channel. Welcome back. Jimmy, that's cool, George, to get such an iconic watch from your pops. Yes, man, wear it in good health.
Thank you.
Yes, Big George is the best JJ homage in the Archieverse, but he's also his own person. So let's recognize that.
I
Corrado
don't take that
Galizia,
as an insult. I consider JJ a
why
friend,
would
so
you? Why would you?
exactly. So it's no big deal.
I wouldn't. I mean, if anyone confused me for JJ, I wouldn't be offended. Corrado Galizia says, sorry if you discussed already, but what is your collection like? What are you looking for? I will assume until Corrado writes again that this question is asked to you, George. Is there anything?
Oh,
You don't have to go through everything, but if you
yeah,
want,
I'll give you the basic the outline. I have about like 10 big watches, heavy Rolex. My main pieces are I have a rose gold Daytona and I have a day date 40 silver dial. Those are my biggest pieces. But I'm into everything. I'm in from $500 watches all the way to a rose gold Daytona. I'm not picky.
yeah, and of course you got your. Did you mention it? You got your Cermet just
Yes,
recently.
yes, I do have my shirt. It's on my hand.
Yeah, and what's the next big thing that you're looking for?
uh,
What next watch? If let's say money were no object, next
uh,
watch you want.
I'm working on a Patek. That's the next level.
Okay, but
That's what I'm
what
working
kind
on.
of pattern?
5212. I like the 5212 because it skates two lines. It's dress sport. So it's a you could do everything with it. In my opinion, it's a type of watch that it dresses up very nice because it's a Patek and it's also a watch that you can wear with a polo and a pair of jeans.
Actually, you read my mind. I'm glad we are not both in New York, because if you are trying to get it from an AD, we would be in direct competition for this.
No, ADs don't like me. The people I work with, the Wiz. The Wiz is good people.
Yeah, this is a great piece. People sometimes don't realize, but those blackened indices and hands, it's one of the actually one of the more difficult types of polish that they do, because black shows every single flaw, even the
Yeah,
smallest
yeah. Just
mistake.
like in a car, a black paint job will show everything. So
Right.
yeah, makes sense.
So to achieve that blackened finish, it's actually one of the harder things to do in terms of finishing and decorating a watch. So that's to be appreciated. The original complication, that's to be appreciated. If you are into it, like George and I am, the quirky font for the
Yeah,
dial.
yeah. The handwriting, I love the handwriting dial and the designer. The story behind it is, the designer he saw the dial, and when Terry Stern seen it, he said, "Bring it to production just like this."
Yeah, and and of course, the final and very important thing is, up to this day, Patek doesn't make a lot of Calatravas or dress watches in steel. So this is going to be a very unique and collectible piece, no doubt.
Definitely. That's why I'm saying, you could wear this in t-shirts and jeans. Now, it's not easy to wear. You can't. It's hard to do a Patek as every day, but you don't have to worry for it as much because it's steel. It holds up better than solid gold because all the micro scratches and everything. If that bothers you.
And Corrado says, and that basically goes with the point that I just made. I looked at this, but it looks a little too expensive for steel. That's exactly the point, Corrado. Unfortunately, they know what they have here, right? They know that they don't produce a lot of these kinds of watches in steel, so it's basically overpriced.
It is. If it was gold, it'd probably be probably be 5,000 on their list if it was white gold. But being that it's steel, that's brings it to the next level. It's just a different watch. They know it, and it's priced accordingly. And on the second market too, it goes a little above retail.
Or it goes well above retail. I've seen in certain
Uh,
places. Of course, if you have the right connections, that's another
of
thing.
course, of course. If you shop around, because the thing is, if you need it that day, you're going to pay through the nose. If you're be patient and look for it and find a deal, you could find it maybe five, six, $7,000 over list. But if you're going to look on the big sites, on the big box channels, you're going to pay 20 over list. That's what it goes for.
Yeah. About Ali, of course, people were asking all the right questions and making interesting points. Ali, with today's training methods and sports science, that's a great take, newbie. Captain Kirk says, also today, Ali wouldn't have lost 3 years of his prime boxing career. Yes, today he would be immediately lauded as a hero. He wouldn't have to wait decades to be recognized for his stance, and he wouldn't have had 3 years stolen out of the golden era of his career.
Definitely, and also you could even argue the golden era of boxing. Look at the people that he fought: George Foreman, all the other legends.
Frazier.
Joe Frazier. I'm trying to think of the other guy because he avenged all his losses. The other guys that he lost to, it's missing me right now. But a lot of good boxers, that he fought. That if
Ken
there was
Norton?
probably. Yes, Ken Norton. That's the one I'm thinking of. That's the guy.
And of course, Larry Holmes fought him at the tail end of his career in a fight that could have probably never happened.
That should have never happened. I don't know if you could really count that because he came out of retirement. It was at the end. He didn't have it anymore. It was just a payday for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Scotty Clark says greatest war ever was Hagler Hearns. I completely agree that is it right there. Best trilogy, Ward versus Gotti, pure brutality for 30 rounds. Joe Money says give it 6-12 months, save your money, watch market will be way cheaper, market tanking, Bitcoin tanking, which is a good segue for us, by the way, because that's what I meant to talk about today. I completely agree. I think, look, don't take me wrong. I don't think, suddenly the cases will be overflowing with Rolex and Patek watches and everything will be available at retail. But the secondary market has been overdue for a correction. And I think in short to midterm, we will see, except for very hyped up and desirable models, I think the rest of the market is going to come down more than just 5 to 10%.
But I must say that vintage, the 5-digit Rolexes have been holding their own. They really haven't took that big of a hit. And also the day dates, the older day dates, the 18238, the 18038. People are still saying that those watches are undervalued for what they are. So it's still pretty safe because you got to remember those watches are discontinued. They don't produce. Whatever's out in the wild is out.
So Corrado Galizia is asking this question to me. Since you have been watching the Lange 1 for a while, what has that price been doing? So here's my disclosure. I have been watching the Lange 1, and I have said this many times on this channel. I take like 3 years or so to finally decide on a watch. I start eyeing it and then it takes me like 2-3 years of research. So when I was looking at Lange 1, which now retails around $40,000, it used to be a little like 2 years ago, maybe. It used to be right around 24K, depending on the metal, 24, 25K in the secondary market. Nowadays, it's almost up to 30, but Lange's jump hasn't merely been the with the market. Lange has also become more recognized, more lauded, and also it kind of got on the radar of a lot of enthusiasts since they came up with their sporty model, the Odysseus,
Yeah,
because
agreed.
I think a lot of people ended up looking into the brand, going into the boutiques and authorized dealers to see the sports watch. It wasn't there. It was already out of stock or already waitlisted for years. So people started looking at other watches, whether they heard about the brand before or not. A lot of people did not have the exposure to Lange's watches, the quality, the finishing, care, and even an architectural effort that goes into making their movements. All of this was unknown, either unknown or simply something on paper for a lot of collectors and enthusiasts. Once they stepped into the boutiques and saw the actual watches, I think the value started going up a little more. So I think, if I wait a little more, maybe I can see them again around, 25, 26, but I don't expect it to fall all the way down, honestly. I don't expect it to hit 20K, like 50% of retail anytime soon.
No, and I think a big part of that has to do with they also cut production this year too and raised prices on a few of their pieces. So yeah, they're Longa may be a little late to the game with their sports pieces and to catch the hype, but yeah, they're up there. They make a great watch. And if I wasn't eyeballing that 5212, the Longe one would be definitely on my radar. I like the rose gold with the black dial. Really nice. I have a thing for rose gold. It's I like the warmth of it.
I want to say one of the things that I was somehow hesitating about was the asymmetric dial, right? So Lange One was one of those watches that I was really interested in, but I didn't quite know if it was the watch for me. And since I got my Reverso Grand Date, um, I love that asymmetric dial. I love that quirky dial design so much that I know now that when I love everything else about Lange One, I will I will love the dial as well. So at least I know that that is for me. Let me see also just so people have an idea. Most people have some sort of familiarity um, with Archie's Reverso, of course, and I have the same. But I still want people to have the visual for both. So this is the Reverso Grand Date, right? You have the power reserve, of course, hours, minutes, seconds on the sub dial, and the big date. And you have, of course, that. Wow, it doesn't show the movement. Why are they so silly? Um, it's the best part of the watch. Right here.
Really nice.
Yeah, double spring barrel movement is great. So since I have started living with this watch, I realized that I would actually love a Lange One. I would love one in white. I love white metals. Like I would love one in white gold. I think some of these are
There's
really expensive, but
That's beautiful. There's one with a moon phase that really caught my eye. I don't know what model is. It was a Lange one with a moon phase. Really, really beautiful. Powerhouse watch.
it's called exactly that, George. It's just called the Lange One Moon Phase. Yeah,
Simple enough.
yeah, that's the name of the model. Um, and once again, you have a beautiful movement with the 3/4 plates. That is apparently something that they um, took from the Glashütte pocket watch designs, the ribs, the rubies, the blackened screws, um, the of course the engraved swan neck, a balanced cock. It's just a very special piece, and I love the fact that the dial has this organized chaos, so to speak, this asymmetric design that has its own flow and that has its own balance. So power reserve here, seconds on the sub dial, the big date, oversized date
Yeah,
complication.
it's the big date for me that ties everything together. Because if you was to take away that big date, it would just look so off. But yeah, that big date is that's basically like their trademark.
And Newbie says nearly 5 a.m. Thank you for staying up with us. Need my beauty sleep. Good show. First time watching. It appears we have a few things in common. Earned my upvotes. I hope you subscribed as well. And if you didn't, please do, Newbie. It appears that we have a few things in common. So an OP116 000 blue concentric guilloche dial. I know my next watch. Let's check that out. OP116 000.
Concentric dial. Is that the one that's like a tuxedo dial? Or has like a track on the outside?
Is it this?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah, that's a very unique watch. Yeah.
It reminds me of the Air King.
Again, hopefully it's not too late, but thank you, Newbie, for staying with us. Yeah, this looks like a nicer Air King.
It does. It does because they did the over here. Look, they already did the zero in front of the five. It's not five. Um, it
They
this watch makes more sense than the Air King.
they have the concentric circles in the middle, like a vinyl kind of vibe. Yeah, I like this watch. Guys, by the way, we have just crossed basically the halfway mark. So if you have been enjoying the content, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps me a great deal. I've just crossed the threshold today. Now I have a community board on my channel. Now I can stream from my cell phone. I think that's just been unlocked as well. And I'm almost on the verge of completing the watch hours, which usually people say is the more difficult part. But since I have a very dedicated group of viewers who actually watch my videos, I have been blessed. So that's almost complete. And we are more than halfway through with the number of subscribers. So please tell all your friends, share the link in other platforms, spread the word. It helps me a great deal to reach 1,000 subscribers, which is my first major goal in getting this channel up and running in earnest. And until then, if you want to support me, if you want to encourage me, you can always consider a PayPal contribution, and that's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV, which Smoking Joe Farmer uses to send me for my clogged toilet fund and my dirty magazine fund as well. So thank you for your contributions so far, Joe, and
Much
welcome back.
deserved, Lord. Much deserved. You're going to get there soon. Before the end of the summer, July, August, you'll hit all your goals that you laid out.
Smoking Joe is actually smoking today, I think.
It's a sad attempt. It's an attempt, if anything, but Jesus Christ, Lord, taking a hit right from the bottle like that, you savage.
What are you doing? Are you pouring your beer into a glass?
No, I'm holding like I'm not taking like a 40 ounce and just going to town with it like a fucking barbarian.
That's old school, man. You need a paper bag to
That's
go
it,
with
man.
it. Hey, Big George, thanks for turning on the camera, man.
No problem. When I can, I can.
Yeah, of course. It's not a must, by the way, guys, but of course, I love seeing, my panelists. It's more of
I don't mind when I'm on the computer. So when I'm on the phone, I can't hold the phone. That's my.
And Newbie says they do an Air King version of that OP we just had, in 34 millimeters. Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this before. I do like 34 millimeter Air Kings in Rolex, but I think this is just a beautiful piece.
What's the size on that? 39?
That's a 36. That's a 36.
36. Okay, couldn't tell because it's blown up.
The lady size.
No, that's unisex, man.
Not at all. Lone Snake says, congrats on hitting the milestones. It's fun watching your channel grow and can't wait to see how huge it's going to be. Guys, before the end of the week, we have 2 more shorter videos coming up, so keep your eyes peeled for that. One is going to take a look at 2 emerging independent watchmakers, and the other one is going to tell the story of the Art Deco movement and its connection to the Reverso as a piece of design. So both of these before the end of the week, and they're all going to be less than 8 minutes long. So it will be bite-sized, nice little informative pieces. A Jets fan? My condolences to George.
Hey, listen, we did good in the draft this year. We got some good players, so it's still preseason yet, so my spirits are high.
Hey, George, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, shoot.
How do you like Mac Jones's balls?
Oh.
You're going to be putting him in your fucking mouth this whole season.
Well, let's see. He did so much last year, so.
Hey, that's in the playoffs. Wild card. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, forget about it. We were first round exit still,
Well, got to do what you got to do. Next year, we'll see where we get. Jets, a lot of heartache with the Jets. Last time he was good was with Rex Ryan. That's the last time we got somewhere. Mark Sanchez. And
2007, wasn't it? 2007, the last time he actually clinched the division.
No, the division, yeah, but we got, I think the wild card last time was it 11 or 12? I don't remember exactly. We got to the AFC Championship. I don't remember exactly the year. It's been that long.
So that watch.
I mean, the Bills are going to be the AFC for they're going to be running the AFCs for the next 2 to 3 more years. I think
Bills are legit. They are legit. I can't argue that.
Last decade, apparently, that's from 2010s, the OP36 we took a look at. Thomas Broadbent, welcome back to the channel. There were a number of cheeky Arabic numeral 36 millimeter OPs. Jimmy says, "Big Meech, be nice." He doesn't. The guy doesn't hold back, man. I mean, this is Big Meech.
You caught me off guard. I can't lie.
He doesn't have filter, you know.
No filter.
You gotta appreciate him the way he is.
I'm just saying, you know, the Pats dynasty will return. The dynasty has just begun. All right, enjoy while it lasts.
And on that note, yes, enjoy Joe as he is, because there's no other Joe. There's no other version either. So
either technically there is, but there's actually, you know, that's after quite a few beers.
So it's even more brash. It's more brazen, bolder, bigger Meech.
Bigger, better, more bold. Calvin Klein.
We lost a great recently, Jimmy says. Mike Bossy. Bossy was pure class. Jimmy, it's all good. Meech is a good dude. Yeah. Rest in peace, Bossy. Yeah, so are you lighting that cigar or not? Or you're just playing around with it?
It technically is lit, but I fucked up the cup, so you know it's fucked. Right? Yeah, I am getting better at it though. I mean, so I need a legitimate torch though. That's what I fucking need to buy, and they're like $65.
Look, one thing that I will say, just in general, when it comes to, especially when you are, if you have only smoked cigarettes before, smoking a pipe, smoking a cigar, it's a different activity. It's really about spending quality time. So you need to set aside at least an hour to
fucking hour. Jesus Christ.
And like when you're getting adjusted to it, especially when you're just learning, especially with the pipe, like to light up that furnace, what they call the furnace of the pipe. It takes so long when you're just starting out, you know, to balance your breath and how you inhale and how much, etc. Anyway, so it takes a while. You need to be patient. You need to look at it not as smoking, but as a way of spending or wasting time. So you need to be dedicated. Don't get frustrated.
Jesus Christ. It sounds like drinking's more alternative.
Relax. And in fact, try to, even before you put it into your mouth, if you have a proper cigar lighter, that's great. But if not, just get from the place you get your cigars, get some cigar matches, right? And light them one by one, you know, turning the cigar around. Make sure that it basically starts up. It's basically lit before you even put it to your mouth. So that's a much more of a clean start.
I think I should just buy a torch, because if I buy a torch, I'm not skilled enough with a fucking match yet, so I need to buy a fucking torch first.
No worries, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, the internet is cactus.
If Tuesday is Tudor Tuesday, is there a week of the year which we can dedicate to wearing shitters? Every day
Saturday
good for wearing shitters, or a day of the month? I think it's well, for me, I don't know. I try to wear my Seikos in the weekend generally, and it coincides with maybe pool, if I'm lucky enough, beach. Or at least
if I'm going to the beach, I'm wearing a shitter. I'm not going to wear my good watch.
I wear my shitter every day. The Speedmaster.
Ozzy says 16th shitters. Jimmy says every day is a shitter day for me. Ozzy says second Saturday shitfest. Yeah.
I got good mileage out of my SKX. They're good watches.
Yeah. I like both of the SKXs that I have, and I also have the King Turtle. So that 3-piece Seiko collection goes a long way.
You know what's sad? When I wear my big watches, I get not that I'm looking for it, but I sometimes I go gambling and play cards, and nobody says anything. I wear the Seiko, and oh, what kind of watch is that? That's really nice. Yeah, I get compliments on the $200 watch.
Do you have a Reverso?
Huh?
Do you have a Reverso?
No, I don't have a Reverso.
Because
I gotta think.
that's the watch.
You're lucky.
From people who don't know anything about watches, that's the watch that gets most compliments and attention. Today, whenever I was somewhere out there, everyone was asking about it. When I was outside, I was wearing the Reverso, and they were like, "Oh, what kind of watch is that?" And when you flip it around, people freak out completely. It's like a conversation piece for them. So you either wear a big, loud watch if you want to attract that sort of attention, or something with a cheap party trick like the Reverso. So, and Big Meech.
I like the Reverso. I was at I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna dox myself, but I was at AD today trying to get on a list for something.
Yeah.
Just because I was there, I figured I'd stop by, and the lady was she was trying to spruik Reverso on me. But Reverso at retail is pretty hard, but Reverso at secondary market is a steal, honestly.
I got the Reverso Grand Date for 6,500, and I've just seen on eBay it was legit. I've just seen a ultra thin white gold tribute version sell for $7,000.
You did good. You did good. No, eBay is it's one of my favorite platforms for watches. That best offer option is your best friend.
Big George, but we need to. Okay, let's rewind a little bit, guys. Don't buy watches from eBay. It's shit.
Oh no,
eBay,
it's no good.
bad.
It's a luck of the draw. It's no good.
George, I love you.
Yeah,
You know this, right? But
of course.
George, I gotta tell you, George. Now listen here.
It's
You
coming.
don't want to waste your time on eBay buying these sketchy watches with these sketchy dealers. All right, just go
Everybody
to
listen to Big
David
Meech
SW,
and take it up the ass.
the best.
Yeah, then go there.
In all of America.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you like getting hot sauce up your ass, why not? Go there.
You're not
Okay,
wrong there either.
nice. Jimmy says wooden spoon instead of the ruler, and I say Seiko is king.
But you know what, Meech, I'm joking around with you. David SW, sometimes when he gets in pieces that he's not familiar with, like he got a really, really
No,
good
you're not
deal
wrong.
on a
David
on a
SW is
Patek
higher than a
Philippe one
fucking
time.
hippie half the time, But he does get inventory fast.
He does.
Wait, what? I couldn't hear what George was saying. What happened?
He got in sometimes his dress pieces, like he got in a Patek 6006, which is the black and white Calatrava. And very good deal. Maybe 5,000 less than what it was on Chrono 24. So he gets in good deals once in a while. You gotta look. You gotta look.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, people sometimes only look at familiar channels, and by channels, I don't mean it literally YouTube channels, but like, the usual suspects, Chrono 24, eBay, or whatever is usual to them, their own ADs, their own dealers and connections. Sometimes you need to venture out to get the best deals. Sometimes you need to look at unusual places. Sometimes you need to negotiate. Sometimes when you see blurry pictures, you run away. If you have the time and patience, you
Check
send
out the
an
watch.
and ask for better pictures. If it's close by, you go and, like George said, actually check out the watch. So it's like you need to take the time, you need to be patient, and you need to sometimes take certain risks to get the best deals. For better or worse, that's the way.
Let me ask you guys something. What do you trust, or what do you fear more, pawn shop or eBay?
eBay.
Interesting.
I would say, well, look, here's the thing. With eBay has changed now. Big George just showed his Quorum watch, right? That came with the authenticity guarantee.
Yes,
And
it did. It did.
so that's a different level. But I think it's a toss-up, because in the pawn shop you usually go in. So you can actually take a look at the watch. Sometimes there are no watchmakers, so you might not be able to pop out the back and take a look at the movement. So you might be taking a certain kind of risk there. But
Yeah.
at least you are there in person. You can, if you know what you're looking for, you know what is changed, what is fake, what doesn't fit with the timeline, so on and so forth. So you can get a decent deal that way. With eBay, again, you can be scammed in so many number of ways. You can overpay, so on and so forth. But with especially with the when you pay with PayPal, for example, there's no way you can't eventually get your money back as a buyer if you are genuinely scammed. If it's just an issue of getting a watch that's not what you exactly want, that's also easy to fix. You get the watch, you go to your local trusted watchmaker, you let them look through it, you let them pop out the case back and take a peek inside, and a lot of the eBay sellers actually give you at least 3 days to take a look at the watch and return, no questions asked, if you don't like it. So,
When I got the Quorum, Lord, there was when they went to the authenticator, it was like stickers on there that said if you break the seal, that no returns. So there was a big red sticker on there. I wish I took a picture to show you, but basically,
I
if
know what
you
you're talking
put
about.
the watch on your wrist, it's over. You can't return it.
yeah, that's that's the service sticker they use generally, anyways, for Rolex too now.
But I've heard different things about eBay's how they authenticate stuff. Like I hear, like, okay, for like modern shit, it makes sense to them. But like for the vintage, it's like a hit and miss. Like they'll crack open and, like, all right, if everything looks Rolex genuine parts, they'll kick it out the door. But that doesn't mean the band is from 1999. The dials from 1999, like you'll have the dial from like 83.
You're
It's
right.
it's basically a
Mish.
month, so therefore it's not officially genuine. Or
They're just
mixed
telling
up
you
parts.
that it's genuine Rolex parts, but they're not telling you that the watch is perfectly together. That it's a perfect marriage on the vintage. And you got to remember too, it's not eBay doing the verification. They send out to a third party. So you it's kind of worrisome a little bit too. How good are these authenticators? Did they just look at it 1, 2, 3 and send it out the door, or did they really take their time? Even that's a luck of the draw.
So Jimmy says, "Fuck, Speedy looks good on that NATO Mish." I keep telling him.
He would keep saying. I told him that the other night too.
Get rid of this watch. He should not sell it.
I'm gonna fucking dump it for a tag whore.
Messaging matters. The Turtle is a classic, and I love Rocket Time every hour on the Samurai. Thomas Broadbent says, did you know Christopher Watkins' accent is from growing up in a unique section of Queens? I had no clue. Pawn shop, they charge a fucking fortune on everything. That's what he doesn't trust. Corrado Galizia says, I bought one watch from eBay with the authenticity guarantee, and they offered 10% off as a promotion. Was a great deal. I've never seen a deal in a pawn shop, Aussie Expat says, but I've heard of people walking away with deals on guns in the past.
I've bought a date just for $1,000 at a pawn shop before, so you can get lucky sometimes.
Yeah, but how much work did you need to put into it?
I had to source a bracelet for it, and I had to service it. That's all it needed. I ended up trading it for something else in a deal. But yeah, I did buy a date just for $1,000, which wasn't bad.
Mr. P, welcome back. Jake Brooks, welcome back. It's nice to see you both. These are all regulars. I'm loving this, man.
I'll tell you one thing, Lord. I don't mean to cut you off, but the pawn shop you need to look for needs to have Rolex, a chainsaw, drill guns, and a broken iPad that they have for sale. Those are the places you need to go to.
Guys, you don't find this sort of information and this kind of insight on any other channel. This is a good point for me to say, please upvote. If you like the content, please press that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Spread the word. Send the link out on the other platforms. We just crossed another threshold today. The watch hours are almost there. That's what I was going to say. I have such regular and loyal viewers and people actually watch my videos and live streams, so that won't be a problem. But I still need more subscribers. So please send out the link. Help me get to 1,000 subs. Until then, to encourage me to run these live streams. After all, I'm paying something to the StreamYard. And if you want to encourage me to create more original content, new content, I'm working on two things, as I said. I'm working on a little piece on two independent emergent brands that I'm going to highlight, and also something on the Reverso and Art Deco architecture. So if you want to encourage me to put those videos out, consider making a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App that I opened first and foremost for Joe to contribute to the Clogged Toilet Fund, and that's LHVVV, $LHVVV. Pulp Fiction watch story scene, Thomas Broadbent says. Yeah. Jimmy, and if you need chainsaw lessons, I know a certain Aussie that has vids on the tubes to help. Oh my God. Those are classics. You know, Pavel actually super chatted for me to play one of those when Archie was in London. The modern classics. So my memory is still very fresh of
It took Archie like 2 minutes to start that thing.
And he was sweating bullets, you know, by the end.
Yeah.
Mr. P says, watching these streams at 6:30 a.m. is odd. I'm in Italy. Well, you're lucky. I wish I were in Italy right now at the moment, but it works out well. I can't sleep. Well, good morning.
Yes, good morning, and we're happy to keep you company.
Thomas Broadbent says, can you pull up the scene? Just for a few seconds, perhaps, because it's a longish video, but I will pull it up. And Jimmy says, I love those old Archie vids. Just love it. So let's see. Let's actually take a look. Archie luxury chainsaw. Guys, the again, one thing I will say, I did title this live stream for Watch Talk, and we were gonna talk about watches. This is where the conversation led us. So always feel free to intervene from the chat, whether you're asking for an Archie classic, such as this beautiful chainsaw starting guide, or a question about watches. Please don't be shy. Let's see where we can. Okay, this is a good place to start, I think.
Fuck! I hate it when gasoline goes everywhere. Okay, so let's put this bitch in. Now, the other thing we need to do is check the ball oil, the bar. Fucking hell! You bitch! Fucking bitch! Fucking bitch! Maybe we don't need any bar oil. Fucking hell, this is a bitch. Come on, you bastard. So it's a bit hard to undo this fucking thing. I'm going to put some gloves on. Fuckaroonies. Fuckaroonies. Some gloves. Fucking bitch. Bitch. Bitch.
Every other word, too. Every other word.
Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. You fucking
I love the toe sandals.
bitch. Okay, we got the bastard undone. And the bar oil is a little bit low. Fuck, where's the bar oil? Fuck, that's car wash. Bar oil. Oh, here we go. Synthetic lube.
There's another great frustration one is the spa day with the Reverso or something. He's trying to change straps.
Yeah,
And,
I've seen that.
That's an amazing one as well. Oh no, Jimmy, no, that's not what I meant at all. Actually, what I wanted to say was precisely this, because sometimes the conversation just leads us somewhere else. So I apologize for that as the host, but feel free to redirect us to Watch Talk or not, or direct us away from the Watch Talk, because this is your show as well. Thomas Broadband says, do you remember the lumberjack world champions? I have no clue. There would occasionally be an Aussie ringer. I think his name is Paul Pluta. Jimmy is crying from laughing. Yasha V says, the massacre begins. Safety flip-flops are great. Scary chainsaw and sandals. AC3's how-to videos are more like how not to. Yeah, and Thomas Broadband says hysterical. Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to pawn shop or eBay, I think it's a toss-up. You can get certain kinds of deals, and to get the deals, as Joe implied, sometimes you need to put a lot of time into it. But hey, some of us are actually, I think, a little bit of, we're masochists, collectors, so we actually enjoy the hunt, the search, the journey that we have to finding a particular piece in good condition. So whether that takes you to a pawn shop, to another city, another state, or like a deep dive into a rabbit hole online, you just need to invest some time into it, months, sometimes years, and it might take you to a pawn shop 2 towns over. It can happen. We can't get the Pulp Fiction watch scene on because that would be copyrighted. A few seconds from Archie's channel shouldn't be a problem, but a Hollywood movie would probably put us into a different spot.
So, Lord, a little bit off topic, and feel free to glaze over it if you want, but What's this now that Mike the Snake has been exposed? I was on Tim's stream for like a couple minutes, and
Oh,
Mike was doing a State of the Union address and apologizing, like he just got caught with his pants down, banging the
Um,
secretary in the Oval Office.
yeah. So basically, this is what happened. There, someone started frequenting the chats on the Archie Luxury stream with a very similar name to Mike the Snake, taking Mike to account for something in his past, specifically about that Pantera car that he
Right.
said was burnt in the fire. And this guy was saying that that he actually sold it, that Mike actually sold that car before the fire. So Mike saw that person in the chat, and he decided to come clean with that story. And that's all I can say about it. And I think ultimately it's not that big of a deal. I think he embellished or kind of modified the story in a way he shouldn't have, if you ask me. But hey, he's a
Right.
big
And I was telling him, I said, look, I mean, Mike, everybody stretches the truth here. Everybody kind of twists something in the
yeah, and I
Archie
like
here.
the
Yeah.
fact,
Nobody's
like
giving the 100% truth here, you know?
I like the fact that he came clean, and that's all. I mean, I don't think there's much more to say, especially not on this channel, because I don't want to seem
Yep.
like I'm making a huge deal
No,
out of it.
I
Well-
didn't watch Archie's show today. So
And I'll tell you, I'll
weird
tell you
about.
this much, Big Meech. Before that, we was talking. I wasn't on the panel, but I was in the chats. We was talking about the Holocaust, and we was
What the
talking
hell?
about a gentleman who the Jew. What was the name of the league, Lord? The gentleman that they was talking
Oh,
about.
Jewish Defense
this one-
League.
Yes,
Yeah.
the Jewish Defense
Meir
League.
Meir Kahana, yeah.
Light stuff on the channel today.
yeah, because somebody said like Bear reminded somebody of like some Jewish controversial character. I caught that, but I only watched like part of Archie's show, like maybe 10 minutes worth.
This is an interesting question from Yasha V. He says, how fussy are you yourself buying pre-owned watches? What are your focal points, model specifics, condition, service, movement photo, time grapher data, and what would you be more forgiving? For me, honestly, I can be very fussy. I usually start by looking at the face of the watch. For me, especially when buying vintage Rolex, the condition of the dial and whether that dial is original to the watch is where you should always start. Because when it comes to specific models, especially if they are desirable, God forbid, limited production and very iconic, everything that matters is the dial. And I think obviously the ultimate example is the exotic dial, Paul Newman Daytona, right? Whether that dial is there and it is original to the watch can be worlds apart, right, in terms of the price. But that's just one extreme example. In either case, most of the value of a watch rests with original dial that has not, for me, that has not suffered any damage, no cracks, no tropical dial nonsense. I want something that is well preserved, no humidity damage, no water damage, no refinishing. That's the most important thing. The second thing that I look at is the level, another aspect of the condition, basically, which is the condition of the case. I don't go after, unpolished cases necessarily, because I think in a way, I'm more scared of CNC machines and basically cases that have been remade more or less and refinished. I usually look for full cases that are seemingly polished. They may or may not have some vision of the original factory finish. It may be something that is maybe a little beaten up, but not polished to bits. So having a fat case with nice lugs, the lug pins not sticking out of the holes there. When you look at the bracelet, you want to see, for example, I have one of my bracelets here. This is the bracelet of my Pepsi, a Coke, I'm sorry. And, you know, you want to see the crown very nice and prominent on it.
Yeah, like I could tell even from the camera, that's never been polished. I could tell.
So you want to see it really nice and prominent, certainly not flush and barely visible. That's the worst. But again, you know, that's just one part of the watch. But when you're quickly looking at a watch, you look at the case, you look at the lugs, and when you have seen enough examples of a certain model, you have a certain gauge of what is a good size. You have a certain vision of what is the factory finish. And then you turn it around, quickly look at the clasp and see how the condition of the bracelet is. Just looking at that coronet again is a good way of gauging that.
Another thing to add to that, Lord, the bevels on the case too is really important.
Yeah. And again, can actually, for me, I would prefer something that's scratched in honest condition and has some, you know, some glimpse of the bevels than something that looks new old stock, because I get paranoid when I see something like that. I think it's refinished. The second thing is, of course, you know, if you have papers, it's even better. But even if you don't have papers, of course, you pop out that bracelet, you check the serial number. If the serial number seems almost polished out, that's one way to see how much the case has been polished. But it should be visible, if not prominent. It should be a real serial number that fits the age of the watch roughly. And once you get there, there's also, of course, numbers that match the bracelet to the right model, to the right time period, so on and so forth. And Yasha, if you have a specific question about a model, I would be happy to make a personalized video for you. You know, feel free to send me an email with a nominal contribution, and I will go through all the specifics of where these numbers and bracelet codes coincide.
So I have for you, Lord.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about these jobs people do?
Cactus. The internet connection has gone pear-shaped, Big George. What's going on?
Give me a minute or two, fix it. I'll go.
Okay.
It's the wristwatch cartel. He's about to release some industry secrets.
Better now?
Yeah, it is much better. Yeah.
Okay, I was asking you about laser welding. What's your opinion about that? Because the job that they do is tremendous.
Look, I mean, I have basically two minds. When I'm buying the watch, I want honest condition, right? I'm a vintage watch lover. I have certain things that I look for. Again, I don't like tropical dials. I don't like spider dials. I don't want humidity and water damage. But I don't mind a case that's been honestly worn, but not polished a bit. I would prefer that when I'm buying. Now, if I have a watch, that's my project watch, right? I'm not talking about my father's watch. That has never been polished, in fact, after him, and it will never be. But for let's say any of my other watches, if I one day decide to say, hey, I'm not selling this watch anyways, and in LA we have at least two very good workshops for this. There's ABC Watchworks and there's LA Watchworks.
Yeah, I've
And
heard of them both.
both do these laser welding methods for your own watch that you won't sell in your lifetime. I have nothing negative to say about the laser welding job. If you are selling it, please, declare that and put the, as you would do with a Rolex service card and receipt, put that receipt, say ABC Watchworks has laser welded the case of this watch and restored it to a factory finish that is appropriate, let's say, for a late 70s Datejust. I think as long as people are honest and transparent, that's okay. But I've seen enough watches by now that are sold as new old stock because they have been basically built from ground up. I'm kind of fed up.
Exactly. That's what I was basically getting to, because you see these watches, and to the untrained eye, there's really no way to tell. It's too perfect.
Yeah. So you have basically figured out my ideology, Big George, already. Like for
Definitely.
me, I actually walk away from too perfect watches. The only reason I settled with my Coke, which is a full set, I usually run away when someone says full set because I'm like, I don't care. If it has papers, that's great. Other than that, I don't care. But I actually looked at the watch and it was, hey, I'm just the second owner. Clearly, this has gone to Rolex service and then basically not worn. It's been polished once, lightly, but other than that, it was just in beautiful condition. So I was like, okay, it aged and it aged gracefully. But it still feels like a new watch to me. So, hey, I have the papers and I will take the rest as well. I don't care. You give me a good deal, no problem. I'm not paying premium for that whole full set shtick.
I agree, because full sets, they could be manufactured so easy, the older Rolex stuff. So, I think on a piece that's 20, 25 years old, it's very forgiving not to have the full set. It's understandable once you get in the 5-digit stuff.
Cool. Yasha V, your input has been very informative. Thank you, and thank you, George, as well for adding those details. Full on John says maybe it's the East Coast or something. I'm near Syracuse, and my internet is spiked tonight as well. Full on John, welcome back. J617 is back. TN tickers and diapers. I All right. Thank you for that piece of information. Zeke, welcome back. How are you doing? Corrado Galizia says, did anyone catch the Paul Thorpe videos about ADs losing their contracts? He gave an anecdotal story and claims it's happening more than ever. He provided no data to support his claims. I have not seen that video and I have no comment to spare. George, Joe?
Basically, yeah, Paul Thorpe, he always makes these videos, but he never shows proof, never, interviews ADs or anything like that. So it's just hearsay.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. And all of his insiders, of course, are all anonymous. Their voices have been changed. They're always the whistleblowers, and I don't know. Eventually, you think that information would leak at some point, but Or maybe 4P. 4P is that just that good at keeping people's information hidden.
Honestly, my time is limited, so I don't really watch these gray markets based channels. And once every so often something comes across my desk, so to speak, people send it to me and I go through it. But I never pay too much heed, Corrado, to anything they say. Honestly, I always take it with a grain of salt, and that's what the other panelists have basically implied as well. So, yeah, I wish I could tell you something about that particular video, but I just didn't care enough to watch it. Full on John. Full on John is full on back. And Jay was saying, did you buy the Warhol Marlin that sold today? And I said, I can neither confirm nor deny because it apparently set the world record for an American artist.
I wanted to show you guys. You guys are talking about polishing watches. This is a well worn piece. This is a piece that it's from it's a 4-digit Datejust, and it's got chips on the lugs. It's a well worn piece, but it's not polished to bits. I don't know if I'm trying to see, but you could see that you can't see the pins. It's not a well.
Yeah, that's like mine, George. Mine is 5-digit. Mine is 16014 with a silver linen dial.
Yeah, this is like a slate dial. The camera's cactus, but maybe if I could go big screen. Give me a second.
George, when it comes to the camera, I think the right terminology is potato cam, but
potato. This is a little bit better, but yeah, you could see that it's not polished to bits. It's just a well-worn, nice Datejust, and look at the stretch on this. But this is
shit.
Yeah, but when it's stretched like this, man, it's really, really comfortable. You don't even feel it on your wrist. It doesn't bother me.
Man, if you are either into jingly jangly jubilee or you are not, like it's one of those things.
Exactly. And I bought this watch. When I bought this watch, it was just the head. I paid $50 for the bracelet, for original Rolex bracelet. So I think I did pretty good. And it's a clamshell bracelet. It's the ones that go on you see these a lot on the 1675.
Yeah, this is mine.
Oh yeah, that's really nice. I love the linen dial.
Yeah, jingly jangly jubilee.
Straight from the vault of TGV.
It's just a good term. It's perfect.
It really is. So I can't say anything else. Nice, Big George. Flash of Time says, Flash of Time, welcome back to the channel. 4P is the Wendy Williams of global watch.
4P is
17. TN Tickers and Diapers, my watch father, or Papa 4P, as I call him often, sensationalizes anecdotal evidence for clicks. Thomas Broadbent, Gami Damn It, wonderful patina. Yes, that's a beautiful Datejust, George. I really, really like it. I tried getting, this is something that I got right at the beginning of the pandemic from eBay, of course, my Datejust. I tried for years looking for the perfect 4-digit, and somehow whatever I was coming across in person or online was always in just awful condition for one reason or another. Like the dials that I wanted were either damaged, or if not, the cases were polished to bits. That was one thing that I couldn't come to terms with that watch. This watch, perfect. Original bracelet.
Yeah. You know what? I changed I also changed the crystal on it because it was still plastic in those days, and I upgraded. I had the old one and upgraded to a sapphire crystal because I couldn't live with the plastic crystal.
Really, I love
Yeah.
plastics.
Yeah, he definitely likes his plastic.
I love plastic. Um, and I love Reverend plastic as well. Just to mention that mine is just a silver linen dial, but is yours Paipan also?
Yes, mine's is Paipan and also Sigma dial too, which makes it a little rarer.
So it's a true 70s 4-digit just piece, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what millions the serial code is, but I remember when I changed the bracelet, I looked it up, and it was like 72 or 73.
Yeah, because Sigma stuff is from the 70s for sure, not from the 60s, not from the 80s.
Yeah,
That's
it's from the 70s. Not all of them have it though. It's only like a thing they did for like a couple of years.
Mm. Full on John says, growing up, when I heard the word Rolex, the first thing I thought of were Datejust, like both of yours, specifically fluted Jubilee, two-tone champagne dial is what my brain has always pictured. I think some of those pictures really make their mark because, for example, I cannot live with a smooth bezel on a Datejust, for example. For me,
It
it has
just
to
doesn't
be,
go.
especially for vintage, it has to be Jubilee with fluted bezel. For modern, there are some nice pieces with smooth domed bezel and oyster bracelet. That's a certain look. And for modern, I can understand that. It's not for me, but for me, a Datejust is Jubilee fluted bezel. If it's two-tone,
Agreed.
that's great. I have a two-tone Rolex watch already, so I didn't want to go two-tone for the Datejust. I wanted something plain, beautiful, all silver, serves the purpose, and great on a leather band too. By the way, since it's supposed to be a dress watch, and I have a nice Rolex buckle for it too.
I think that's what I'm gonna do for this one because it hasn't been getting much wrist time. I think I'm gonna go maybe get a strap. What do you recommend for straps? Who do you use?
Depends on
Oh,
the strap.
I,
Yeah,
I I have two recommendations. One for if you want something that's relatively cheap, um, but still good quality, I think Analog Shift, which is also a vintage dealer as well, has very good leather straps. I'll pull them up, even though they don't sponsor me. Analog Shift, please sponsor me. Send me free straps. I
get the
love free
hint.
stuff. I
Lord,
love free
Lord, if
stuff.
you pull up a Bark and Jack strap, I don't know. Our friendship might be in jeopardy.
No, no. The only Bark and Jack I like is the impression that ABC makes. So these are great straps. I have for my Datejust, I actually have this, and I matched it with a proper Rolex stainless steel buckle. I'll show a little video of that too. I did a wrist shot thing. They have different sizes, Italian made, quality.
Yeah,
Right
that's not
under,
so bad on the $100. That's fair.
yeah, it's not as expensive, and I think unnecessarily expensive as Hodinky, because if you're paying those prices, just go to Hermes and get a nice quality hand stitched, uh, the same leather they use for their women's handbags, and you will pay 200 for the smooth leather, 300 for textured, and 500 for crocodile. And yes, it is expensive, but I feel it's worth every bit for a nice one.
Could you go down to the tropic straps? Because those is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Uh, those are
that's
nice.
the brand.
Ooh, the
They also
Tiffany.
go to their own website for that, for the Tropic. They have a wider and better selection. Tropic is the name of the brand too, so
Oh
that's
yeah.
they have revived it. So
Cool.
this
Yeah, no,
is
they got a good selection of straps. Nice stuff. Good colors too.
So that's my budget option for something, more boutique. Hermes is great, but they are based to corporate big luxury brands. Hermes is still at the top of the leather and leather accessories scene. Jay, let's see. The new green with the smooth would be stellar on an oyster bracelet. Yes, that green would be great on a date just.
The Wimbledon is also good too, smooth. It brings out the dial. It looks good.
Full on John, beautiful watches, can't beat the classic 36 size. Jay says, J617, Doc BBW, aka Mr. We Didn't Land on the Moon, has a cool Sigma dial Daytoner. He has a great collection.
Yeah, he's got a couple of them.
Jimmy says, today I spec the TT two-tone Datejust 41 rose gold oyster bracelet, fluted, Sanda style. Love the look of it. We might be able to pull that up in a little bit. Full on John says, couldn't agree more. Had a 2020 smooth oyster silver 36, but sold it after a year and a half because I prefer fluted Jubilee. Yes, because that image is etched on your mind. Full on John. You can. Waiting for the 36 fluted Jubilee blue motif dial.
That and the sub and the date are the icons of the brand. That's when people think Rolex, they think of those three watches. You'll get those three answers.
And J617 says analog shift is good. Also, Hearst is good for straps. Broad Arrow says, what is the size of your date just? Just 36. Yes, I have puny, girly, but hairy wrists. Thomas Broadbent says, check Horween. Broad Arrow, by the way. I think this is your first time in the channel. Welcome to the channel. It's so lovely to see new people. Check Horween. This is the Chicago-based leather company. They are famous for their crop, or what is it called in the US? The horse leather. What do they call it?
Saddle?
Horween hide. No, not what you put on the horse, actually made from the butt of the horse.
Well, while Lord's pulling that up, everybody, if we got some new faces here, definitely subscribe and like Lord's channel. We get a lot of good content. Earlier, you get from boxing to philosophy to watch talk to pawn shops with chainsaws, drill guns, and Rolex.
Yeah, guys, for some Cordovan, of course, Cordovan, for whatever reason.
Cordovan.
Yeah, so Cordovan leather is what Horween is famous for. The lugs have great straps. Jay says, no way.
Yeah,
the Bullion Boy says hide. Yeah, actually, it's the Cordovan. Thomas got it right. And here is, by the way, another. I should have it on leather strap as well somehow in one of these videos. I feel like. Let's see if I have the date.
But yeah, the Datejust is one of those models. It just works so well on a leather strap.
I do, yeah. And I will kind of, share some of those shots here, so you see how.
Oh yeah, we see the linen dial better too.
How puny my wrists are. So that's the Datejust.
That's a clean example, Lord.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it?
Lord, is my wrist bigger than yours? Fuck me dead. I think it is.
Yeah, it might be, Joe. But the difference is I have more self-confidence.
I thought you would say.
Yeah. Yeah. So as you can see,
Yeah, it looks good.
it's not only because I'm poor, but also because I have feminine wrists that I invest in vintage. That's why I don't buy the contemporary pieces, because they're
You
too
need a 31 mil OP. That's what you need.
they're
One
too
and
big
done.
for me.
One and done. 31 mil OP.
Thomas says Alden Boutique, the Alden of New England, great American shoes in New York City, used to carry the Horween leather watch straps. Call Kip Horween in Chicago. Jimmy says, yeah, very nice. They just Bezos.
Well, he's a good person, that Beazle Bizzles. He's a good chap.
No, I love him. He has been supporting this channel since the very beginning. Thank you, Bezos, I appreciate you. Jay says that looks like the SD43 on Mike the Snake. Mike the Snake doesn't have an SD43, but hey, I wore the SD43 exhibition only model. I thought it looked good on my wrist, but it's probably too big. But what the hell?
I bet you pulled off the lugs, but it was too
smaller.
tall.
It's worth smaller than what you think. It's a good in-person watch. Not a, in theory, it sounds bad, but once you have it on your wrist, it works pretty nice. I was looking at the Red Line today because they had an exhibition. I like it very much.
Yeah, Jay, the only reason I corrected that is because if Mike was here, he would have basically corrected you himself, saying it's a James Cameron. So
Deep Sea 43. It's
Yeah, it was basically his stream today. He took over.
I'm gonna go play scratch off.
nice. Yeah, that's like the line from American Psycho, right? You know, I gotta return some videotapes.
I love you, Mike. I really do.
Full on John says Cam's green OP31. Yeah, that's a classy one.
For a lady.
There was a time 31 millimeter used to be worn by men because the president used to be in that size. It was called a jockey.
Big George mentioned the legendary, pre-Calatrava model, the reference number 96 for Patek. That is like a Grand Calatrava, right? It's supposed to be big, and I think it's 34 millimeters. Maybe,
it's not even that. It's like 32 or 33. I don't know the exact, but it's right between those. It's small.
That would not be very accommodating for the Americans of today.
That was normal watch size back then. 34 millimeter was tool watch territory. The only reason why the watches got bigger is so you could see better.
Really? Really? You're gonna run with that excuse? Really?
Yeah, no, that's why they got bigger. Pilot watches.
Are you sure? Are you sure it just wasn't because people got bigger?
That has something to do with it. But George has a point. I mean, when the 50 Fathoms was designed, for example, that was supposed to be a proper dive watch that was visible, in deep sea. Same thing with pilot watches, as George mentioned. Same thing with chronographs. They were supposed to be bigger and easier to look at. And I love the way that. Oh, I thought you froze, Joe.
No. I just thought I'm right here. I'm like, listen. You thought I froze? No, that's just me in deep thought.
We talked so much about Mike the Snake that Joe started talking like Mike the Snake. George started looking like Mike the Snake and freezing on camera.
Mike, are you there? Wait, Mike.
it's about
Wave your
savoir
hand.
faire.
Funny stuff.
So yeah, Calatrava 96 from this is from 1950 apparently. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, look how small that thing is.
It's
like a kid's
31.
watch. Yeah, that's what they
It'd
was.
be perfect for Cam.
And of course, probably because it has that beautiful curved case, it probably sits very nicely on the wrist too, so it will completely disappear.
Oh, you said this is a 34?
No,
31.
31? With the
Yeah,
curved case, I guarantee you that probably sits more like a 28, 29 mil.
yeah. It will disappear. On even my wrist, it will disappear probably.
What was that one going for?
Oh, this is below 10, but I don't think it's in a great condition. The hands look very corroded.
Man, even these went up. These used to be pre-pandemic $4,000 or $5,000.
Mm. Yeah, of
Hype
course,
has
there are
got
some
everything.
examples with with the Breguet numerals and with an archival extract and great condition, then they go up a little more in price. But this is also unreasonably priced, just to put it
Was
out
that
there.
missing digits that I looked at? Like the 9 o'clock was like 9 and 2. Yeah,
Oh,
they're gone. They're damaged.
yeah, it looks like I thought it was in good condition, but it looks like
No, it's like they replaced it or something.
wow.
Yeah, that is not matching patina. That's somebody who.
Oh, it's because it's steel that they're asking for so much money. Now I see. But even then, yeah, with that dial, good luck.
Yeah, no. They're asking for the moon for that.
J617, do you think Cam moonlights as a disco hostess? And Jesus, come on.
It wouldn't be something feels true.
I wanted to share this, by the way, before I forget. So it was auction weekend in Geneva, and two very interesting results in the Philips auction. This is the Geneva auction number 15 they did, in addition to the Royal Oak at 50th. This is the Chrono Tokyo dress watch from a few years back. The reference CB003R. 50 pieces. This is what it sold for. 25,200 Swiss francs. And of course, it's in pristine condition and basically untouched, box papers, etc. But from a small, independent maker in Tokyo that works with Miyota movements, and that is designed by one of the prestigious Japanese independent makers, realized this prize in what is, for all intents and purposes, a depressed watch market, right? So let's take a note of that. And then the famous Mings. This is reference 1706.
Mings. Beautiful watches.
Very
When
beautiful.
you think
watches.
high-end horology, you don't think Patek Philippe. You don't think Lange. Garbage brand. Garbage. You think Ming.
This sold
It's all about
for
the design.
15,120 Swiss francs as well. And guys, this is before the buyer's premium and before all the taxes, customs fees, and dues as well, of course. So it's more.
Would you buy a Ming, Lord?
God forbid, no. Why would I buy a Ming? What is
they are elite luxury.
What is a Ming? Explain it to me, please. What is this?
It's highest
It's a
end
micro
luxury
brand.
you could
That's what it
possibly
is.
get. Well, I mean, what? Yeah, that too. Up and coming, the new Patek Philippe, up and coming, younger version of Patek Philippe.
All right. Thomas Broadbent says the old Vacheron Constantin is where the fun is, 4 to 15K.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Of great deals. A lot of great deals under 10K for Vacheron, all different sizes, case shapes, dress watch, sports watch, as long as you are willing to venture out. Hey, I have done some videos on this channel on older Vacheron Constantin, and even though it gets George a little riled up because I'm giving away his
Trade secrets.
His leads and secrets. I will share one little thing that I did, and that's actually mostly about the hand-wound chronographs and perpetual calendars that present.
Before you pull that up, though, I'd like to say what Ming is in 3 letters. It's FAD. That is a fad.
So I'm not going to pull it up. I'm just posting the link, guys. I did a little video where I talk about the early 2000s hand-wound Vacheron Constantin malt chronographs, which have a movement built on the legendary Lemania 2310, I think it's called, CH27, otherwise known. And the perpetual calendars built on those. And again, we are talking about a segment that's more around 25K for the hand-wound chronographs, around 50K for the perpetual calendars. But compared to what the Pateks at that range go for, these are great deals. And I also talk towards the end about the Royal Eagle sports watches, the chronographs. And that's what got Big George mad.
It did.
But yes, guys, the Vacheron Constantin, for if you're into their particular design language, which is much more adventurous and unique compared to Patek, for example, another high horology brand, got a lot of deals to be had. And thanks for Thomas for reminding us.
The Patrimony is really a great buy. It's a beautiful watch, Geneva seal, great size, 40 millimeter. A lot of watches. There's also 36 if you have a small wrist. So really, they do a good job, and there's deals to be had.
Jay says, Ban Climber had an episode of Talking Watches with an important Italian collector, and he had a new old stock of that Calatrava, steel Calatrava with Breguet numerals. It's
yes, I've seen it. He's right.
Thomas Broadbent, Bonsi, the designer can ask more out of the new. I would just say no to Ming, Jimmy says. J617, Grand Seiko or Ming, Big Mac?
No competition. You go Grand Seiko.
Same answer. Thomas Broadbent says Vacheron Constantin lugs and case kitsch is magnifique. And J617 says the cowhorn one, no, but those also in the secondary market, the new iteration of the Corne de Vache from the Historique, the reissue series, they're a great deal as well in the secondary market. But what I'm talking about is the Malt chronographs, and those are actually Falcon, kind of like a Maltese Falcon's talons, or Maltese Eagle's talons, I should say. These are the lugs on these particular chronographs. So if you want to take a look, this is the design, and it's much, compared to a Patek chronograph, the hands, the dial layout, the dial decoration, the case design, especially with the talon lugs that splay out, it's much more adventurous than a Patek, which is very classic, simple, elegant. But I actually like this better because it has, to me, it has more character. So,
That's the money shot right there.
yeah.
Look at that movement. Look how much is going on.
Yeah, that is the CH27 or Lemania 2310, and in white gold under 25K. You can probably get it slightly cheaper, even though this is basically already sold. That's a deal for you, and I dedicated an entire video to it. So if you are interested, I posted the link already. Big Meat says, "Give me the Ming, big boy." Jay is crying. Yes, the French say "Corne de vache," the Malt duo. Yeah, that's the best deal for high horology under 15,000. I'll put that up. The Vacheron Constantin regulator, dual time regulator. That's one of my favorite watches of all time, actually, and that is really adventurous, because it is taken after the regulator watches, which were set up in watchmakers' workshops with the minute hand given this prominence, so they could set their watches accordingly. So you have hours, minutes, and you have dual time, date, and of course,
It's actually pretty insane.
There's a lot going on with that.
It has the same case design as well, as you can see, and this is a 39mm case, and you can find it slightly cheaper than this, but I think the rose gold, this is the rose gold one. The rose gold is a little more precious, I think, a little more dear. Guys, you see, I'm giving you all giving away all my secrets, giving you all the keys into the world of high horology, into the world of vintage watches. So if you have been enjoying this content, hit that like button, like this video, upvote the video, spread the word, share the link, tell all your friends. It helps me a great deal in trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. And I'm fortunate enough that all of you actually spend time on these live streams, interact, watch all the videos, and I don't have that concern. So the watch hours are already full, but try to reach out to other people on your social media, send out the link on other platforms, and help me get to 1,000 subscribers. Until then, if you want to help out, if you want to encourage me, you can always consider using the Cash App at $LHVVV, or you can make a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, and that's my main, primary contact as well. So if you have any questions, if you want to request a personalized video, send me an email there with a nominal contribution. I would be more than happy to dedicate you a live stream and put together a personalized video for you. Jay says, would you take that, the Malt chronograph I showed, over a 3-2-1 Omega with Lemania-based movement? If I could actually, you know what? The Speedmaster that I really want to get, but can't be bothered to pester an Omega boutique, is the 3-2-1, the new one. I wish it was just as simple as just going to the boutique and picking one up. I would have bought it even at that price, but unfortunately not. So I can't be bothered. I would, I think, rather get the Vacheron Constantin at this point. And Big Meech, did you like the regulator watch, or was that not for you, the one that I showed?
No, I do like it. I do like that it, as much as there's as much shit as they got going on there, they managed to keep the dial moderately clean. And I think that's, it's not really hard to do, I guess, or maybe I'm just kind of digging into that more than I should. But when you have a lot of stuff going on to your dial, I think if you can pull off making it look clean moderately, I think that's half the magic right there.
Yeah, good point, man.
Yeah. I think that was a very nice execution also of that, regulator dial on a modern watch. So it's one of my favorites, and it's basically, hey, it's high horology, Geneva seal movement, an original dial design, and an original complication, right under $15,000, and you don't get those sorts of deals every day in today's market. But again,
no, there's not too. You're not going to get into the Holy Trinity. There's not too many brands that could offer that. Out of the three, VC's the best deals, and how long is that going to last for? We don't know.
VC from early 2000s, and the other thing I want to say is, again, of course, as some of our viewers reminded us at the beginning of the stream, yes, perhaps this is not exactly the best time to maybe go out and buy new watches. I completely understand that, and some of these prices might come down slightly, maybe in a few months. But hey, like Big George is saying, when you have a deal in high horology brands that have been shooting through the roof in the last 2-3 years, if it's exactly what you want, and if money is no object, don't miss out. If you have certain concerns, of course, sit tight. They might come down just a little bit. Cool, Chris. Please jump on the panel. The link is pinned there, but if you could click this link and join us on the panel, I would really appreciate it. Thomas says this is contrarian stuff. Be an individual.
So, Meech, if in the current market we're in, are you looking at anything? If something gets a little bit cheaper, like if it goes to this price, I'll pick it up.
Oh yeah, funny you should mention that. I mean, Rolex is obviously the safe bet. I know it's a fucking cop-on answer. But no, I mean, if okay, let's make it interesting. Fuck Rolex. Let's take that off the table. Honestly, I'd probably be looking at a Vacheron. Honestly, I would. I couldn't fit into the overseas as much as I'd lie to myself and tell me I could. I'd probably buy a decent dress Vacheron and then dump my JLC. Probably that's what I would do. I would probably do that.
Yeah, no, I like the Patrimonies. It's a really nice watch. How are you, JB?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much, man. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, I was enjoying listening to your collection, and you were just getting to the topics of beaters. So I'm going to bring 2 beaters that are my go-to.
Yes, please, JB. Share them with us.
All right, number 1 for $100. The G-Shock GM 2100. 1A1.
Casio.
$100. The Casio, the one that broke the internet.
Nice one.
All right, $100. Here's the other one. For $200, you get it.
in steel.
That's your style, huh?
So if you go to the gym or if you jump in a pool, you don't want to have the other. In those two occasions, you shouldn't be wearing, a luxury watch on your arm. I don't think. Could you do it? Yes. Are they made to do it? That you could get away with it. It's amazing that you can send it on a submarine. Not a good idea, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I do. Yeah, I could never get used to G-Shocks, honestly, with all due respect. So I like using my Seikos for beater like situations. But
so I'll talk about a couple of features of this one. So this one, you put in the airport code. So it has all the airport codes, basically, of major cities that are in time zone, like this one, Chicago. I've got a brother that's overseas, and I work a lot of times with Europe and with Singapore and the Asia Pacific markets. So it's nice to be able to quickly set it to Singapore and know exactly what time they are. So there is function to it. A lot of times I'll set this on my desk.
Definitely there's function to it. A lot of watch collectors have that as their go-to watch, their everyday beater. I know people who have $500,000-$600,000 collections, and they run to their Casio for every day, like to go to the gym, to do stuff like that. They love it.
So here's a interesting question here. If you have, there are time zones that are 30-minute increments. Okay, so if there's cities
Mr. GMT's in
India that are half hour ahead, and I've got the clocks, the London time and those at my office. But that's crazy though. How's your watch going to work when it's a 30-minute offer?
F91.
J617 says F91, the Al Qaeda standard issue.
All right, well, okay, that too, I guess. But if you want to take it that far.
So Big Meat, your beater is the Omega. That's the everydayer where you just, whatever happens to it, if something happened to it, you wouldn't hurt your feelings too much.
No. Yeah.
Well,
like I was telling Lolex, I was like, I don't give a shit about the Speedmaster, but I get my kicks off of wearing somebody's grill as a fucking beater,
JB,
I get it.
Joe's feelings come already hurt, so
all right. Big 10.
Could be hurt there. He comes as a bundle of emotions already.
I'm going to agree with
Lord. Are you trying
draft.
to say I'm damaged goods? Fuck me dead.
No. Well, I mean, in a way, we all are. I mean, why do you think
we're all in part of the Archieverse, one way or another? I'll tell you what, JB
is the cool guy, just joining us at the last stretch for.
Yes. I got to bring back some energy and some callbacks too. So we've got the Jets here. You're in the presence of greatness here. We've got the man, the myth, the legend, Josh Allen.
Oh, Josh Allen. Autograph.
Yes,
nice, man.
Josh. So we're in the presence of greatness here. And just for Josh Allen and that hat, I kind of want to read out the stats that he had against the Chiefs when he scored the touchdown and he walked off the field and never got the ball back in his hand.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know. I like Josh Allen. I'm not a Bills fan, but I respect the Bills. And like Meech was saying earlier, they're the team right now in the division.
Yeah, the Pats absolutely. The Patriots absolutely shit the bed on the fucking draft. We're fucked this year.
Yeah, that was a strange one. But I do love the two Jets players you got. But who had the better New York draft? The Giants picked up the best tackle in the draft and also the best pass rusher, perhaps.
Yeah, but it's all luck of the draw. You won't know until they actually play. There's so many buses in the draft, and people. Sometimes you got people come up who are like in the 4th or 5th round, and they become big players.
When you watch Sauce on film, though, it doesn't lie. That guy is phenomenal. I mean, just the athleticism and instinct, and that's a ball player.
I mean, then you got players who are like an obvious boss, like fucking Carson Wentz coming from fucking D3.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I don't know what they were thinking about that one. Fuck.
Yeah.
The Chiefs gave they traded their receiver to Miami.
Yep, Dolphins.
Yeah. So the Dolphins, the East is stacked. The AFC East.
Yeah.
But at least the Patriots were in it for 17 years. It's been tough to be a Bills fan. All right. So we had a couple of decent seasons, but man, we've been the punching bag for a long time.
Yeah, but now that we got Daddy Mac Jones, fucking Mac Jones has absolutely fuck all for receivers. The roster is just fucking completely broken. We're not even rebuild mode anymore. We're just fucking bankrupt city right now.
So JB, what else do you have in collection? Or if you don't do, what are you aspiring to get?
The one that I want is a Yacht 40 in rhodium. It's the same case as my Daytona.
It's nice. Nice. Oh, you got the Daytona. Nice.
Yeah.
Which Daytona?
I've got 1165 LN or 18 LN. The
Oyster Flex?
Yeah. Yep, Oyster.
Yeah,
Nice.
just something little. It's a great watch.
That's small stuff.
He was sharing it with us.
Oh yeah, man, that's really really nice with the diamond markers.
Hang on,
too.
let me sit down and.
Yeah, you got to focus.
Focused.
Hang on.
I think cover your face with your hands, like just so it can focus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to do this backwards though.
Yeah.
So you start off the stream with showing us the shitters, man?
Oh yeah. All right, so the case on this guy in the Yacht 40 is exactly the same. All right.
Yes.
So now you've got a stainless. You got a stainless steel, more sexy here. That's what I say, more sexy.
Curves.
So when you wear it, yeah. So you can wear it here, right? You get away with it because the diamonds don't catch it too much. This is matte black, and so it's so dark you can't hardly even see it. And like it's like a darker than my shirt. You can see.
Yeah, because it's lacquer dial. It's really deep. It's nice,
right.
man. We're in good health. That's really a beautiful piece.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm fully on board with factory diamond dials on.
Oh yeah.
I think it's beautiful. For the longest time I wanted to get like a 4-digit.
Look how nice that looks, Lord.
White gold president with a factory diamond. This is incredible.
That looks great on your hand, man. It does.
All right. So and this is just for Big Meech because he was this is his beads that he was talking about. So here's the key here though. All right. This is the smallest jewelry purchase at the AD. They see my face. They see my card coming out. $60 right here. All right, that's enough.
See, I don't think that's bad though. I think it's when people fucking stack their shit, and that's what drives you.
I'm wearing the watch they sold, the last one they sold me, and the one that they sold me before that.
Well, no, you're doing it the right way. Watch on one wrist and then whatever accessory on the other. It was just like when people put the anal beads, the Cartier love rings, and then the fucking I don't know, like just a regular piece of string, all on one fucking wrist, and they scratch the fuck out of the casing.
I hear you.
Joe. The anal beads.
What else do you call? That's what they look like. I'm not even fucking playing around. That's what they look like. Madon.
You're using. I think you're using a very small size of anal beads. I suggest you upgrade.
So like cat.
I could say something, but
I hate to take any work away from you.
No, I think, that oyster flakes used to be so underrated, and I'm not surprised that the market caught on, in the last couple of years, because, as much as people complained about, they're selling us gold watches with rubber brands at gold, full gold prices. It feels good. It feels good on the wrist. Just to try it on, it feels good. So it's a good addition they had, and I think Daytona on oyster flakes is really the best they have for that range.
It's loud. I mean, and I keep it covered most of the time, but it's so cool. Like if you're, just looking down at it, and the precision and the detail on these, it's nice. The dial is incredible. You see this thing up close?
People don't talk about this too much, but obviously, we make a big deal about how Rolex has its own proprietary yellow gold and pink gold and this and that. Actually, they're also world renowned for the quality of diamonds and other precious stones they choose for their dials and embellishments. So you're all set there, no pun intended. The
right.
diamonds.
I mean, I just sometimes I'll loop this just to see the diamonds. Really, 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 really nice. I mean, you don't get any information on the diamonds when you buy the watch, and I didn't want the diamonds, to be honest. I mean, but if they have one for you and it's for sale, I think you got to be a buyer there if you're a watch fan.
Of course.
You don't say no to basically almost any Rolex, and especially Daytona. And you know what? On the oyster flakes, that's a winner. You said no twice, Meech?
Yeah.
I can't believe it. The two-tone, right?
Yeah, the two-tone with diamonds.
You know what? The two-tone, I told Lord this before. I'm not the biggest fan of the two-tone with the Daytona. You either go full precious metal, in my opinion, or stainless steel.
Big George, I said I want my diamonds to be blood diamonds. Otherwise, I'm not buying.
Well,
Me and Lord,
JB has already said that they don't give out any information on the diamonds, which means exactly that. So
me and Lord agree on a lot of things, but Lord's a fan of the two-tone.
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. I wouldn't doubt if Rolex don't care, so to speak, where the diamonds come from, as long as they get them.
They're Swiss, man. They just care about the money.
They're cut nicely and they're very clear.
I don't condone of this message.
It's personal opinion.
Lord does not condone the diamond
exactly
trade.
The same size. They took a lot of time to pick the diamond.
I know. I apologize, Lord, but
no worries. I'm just trying to restrain myself, because when it comes to especially World War II history and the role of Switzerland specifically, I have a lot to talk about, but I will keep my mouth zipped tightly. I'm just trying to stop myself. So, George, that's not meant personally at all.
I got you. No, it could go cactus real fast.
I know. Jace, Big Mac. It's called fashion. Maybe someday you'll get into it.
You damn kids and your 8-track tapes and stereo cassettes.
Starter kit. Joe, can you be frank and honest with us, Joe?
I gotta be honest, guys.
Joe, you know this.
I gotta be. Can I tell you something, Lord? Lord, can I tell
Where
you
has
something?
that spoon been? I'm scared.
Don't worry about it. All right? I'm trying to make a point here. I'm trying to make a point. I gotta be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of anal beads and watches together. It seems unholy. It seems like something that
it's a hipster
should be
thing.
banned.
It's a hipster thing. But
see,
to that
I would say, Big Meech, to that I would say, you need to go to a nicer cigar bar.
Oh, touche.
I was in the Woodlands last week, and you saw out of the 5 people that I saw with Rolexes on. Now, the older they get, the worse the style is. There's some kind of like copper thing that was. I don't understand the copper look where it's just, you know, it's beat up and all that. But there's some stylish pieces on the right side. Parties you go to, now I don't like it get carried away, but I think you can compliment it in the right suit.
I think, you know, actually, when it comes to certain occasions, it's usually in a lot of men's style. It's usually the watches that they shine. I see in Southern California a lot of people who may not be wearing the most stylish clothes, but you look at their wrist, and it's usually a nice watch, especially if it's Rolex. Question the Teslas too. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan. I have to say that. Oppenheimer. Ooh. By the way, Christopher Nolan is coming out with an Oppenheimer movie with Cillian Murphy as the title character. So that should be a good and interesting biopic. I'm looking forward to that.
Lord, would you say Tesla is the Tag Heuer of luxury cars?
Yeah, it's Tesla Aqua.
Well, I mean, it's
I don't know.
everyone's first
I'm not
luxury
into it,
car,
man.
though. I mean, it's cheap. It's cheaply made. I'll say that, cheaply made, and it's fairly affordable for most.
I would say a better example is the Tesla car is equal to the Apple Watch.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have a strong opinion about
I like that.
it, actually.
I agree
it's
with
just
that.
not my style. Because I mean, it's the same thing as G-Shock. I see their appeal. I see that they're appropriate for certain occasions, but it never sunk to me, you know. And watches, cars, women, you know, there are some women who are objectively beautiful, but hey, maybe you are not attracted to them.
Or maybe they just like the peach in Lord's eyes. You know, they can be at like 10 out of 10, but if they don't have that peach, Lord's just disconnected.
So the technology on those are amazing, though. I mean, my buddy has
Good segue, JB.
has the one that comes up like this. Has this guy?
Yeah, the X-Wing, I think it's called, or something.
This is
Tesla X.
Yeah. So, and he summons the car, right, in a parking lot. So what if there's a marching band that happens to be walking across there? I mean,
well, have you ever seen the gaps on those things?
What do you mean gaps?
The door gaps. They're like horrendous. The build quality is not the best on a Tesla. It's known.
Yeah, I think they've kind of publicly said that was generally a bad idea.
Didn't they have like a huge recall recently, like on Teslas?
They're always having recalls, Lord.
Okay.
Yeah, they are, because I remember they had a recall on the self-driving system, and then it took a while. Then they reinstated it back. I don't know about the latest one, but they're always something going on with them because they're always updating it. That's why I say it's like the Apple Watch or Apple phone, because they're always upgrading the software.
There's an interesting point to this, though, that in one time in the future, it's going to be insane that we allow pretty much anybody to have a 4,000-pound car going at 70 miles an hour. And so there's maybe something to be said to that. And as much as I'm kind of the other side of the coin, as like, let me have as much of the car as I can. The technology is no doubt could be more efficient with, you know, transportation and stuff. So they're all pushing the, you know, technology. The example that I always laugh at with this one is the Wile E. Coyote thing, that sometimes that it could, in theory, be tricked, like if it's going through a tunnel and really it just be the side of a mountain. And, you know, like Wile E. Coyote, and, you know, so it looks like it's going through a tunnel, and
man. Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, to this day, you know, we are still more somehow paranoid about plane crashes, whereas we lose so many lives in traffic, in accidents related to driving.
Drivers are the worst.
So, you know, in a way, I think sometimes the media can be a little panic inducing when it comes to self-driving cars in scaring people off whenever there are accidents, because it doesn't even make news when there's a tragic accident in a human driven car at this point, right? So it's there are of course nightmare scenarios like what you were describing, JB, but yeah, I wouldn't want that to take away from what certainly will have an important place in terms of public transportation, especially in the future. Yeah, again, like, individual choice concern, it's just not my thing. Tesla and anything of a similar technology, just like I like mechanical watches. I think it's something about that. But yeah, look, I mean, I also I don't like living, this is a relatively short building, so it's not very tall. I don't really like high rises. But in metropolitan areas, to address housing problems, you need more vertical public housing.
Lord, why don't you like higher? Is it like me being? This is a legitimate question. I hear the old saying, like, the older you get, the more you appreciate a ground level floor. Is that kind of the reason, or is given that you live in Cali, right?
No, I was.
You're afraid of earthquakes?
No. Right now I live in an apartment because I'm single. I'm on my own. I don't have a family to take care of and children to raise. It's fine. But I would rather have a house and build a home that way, right? So that's what I meant. Like, I might not want to live in a high rise myself, but when it comes to urban planning, I think they're absolutely necessary. So same thing with the self-driving car. I wouldn't want to use that as my main form of transportation. But hey, I think soon it will be necessary because we just have too many cars on the road. I mean, I live in Los Angeles, so I don't need to tell you this in half an hour.
I think we should catch up here on some of the dialogue here.
Yeah, there's some good comments.
Let's see. Have you seen the gaps on the Speedmasters? According to the Ego from Venice, Speedy, no good. Thomas Broadbent, trust and integrity, Boeing and Airbus. If you qualify, buy the Rivian EV. And J617 says, is that the Cecil? I live basically next door. I live very close to the Cecil, actually. You would be positively or negatively surprised. I remember when they first filmed the documentary, whenever I used to take walks around the neighborhood, people would crowd out the entrance of the hotel. It was crazy, even though there was nothing to see. There was no entrance to the actual main hall of the hotel. There's now a hostel that uses some of the same premises, but the actual entrance is closed off, boarded up. People would still take pictures and wait for hours at a time sometimes to peek in and try to see if they can sneak in or some nonsense like that. It was crazy.
So I have a buddy that builds high rises downtown LA, and he said the amount of permits that you have to have. So first of all, you have to have a zero your water impact on the area as you build up has to be zero. So you're basically trapping everything that ever comes down. You're being real careful about how you're using it and the conditions there to build, a new high rise. That insane versus, most of America, that would be an afterthought. It would just be like, where are we plumbing this?
Yeah, it's and it's strange because as you know, speaking of Hotel Cecil, forget about that. That's just that's mostly fiction and exaggeration. We live also very close. If you live in downtown, that means you are basically short walk away from Skid Row, right? One of the biggest tent cities and one of the biggest zones of urban abandonment in the world. So you have basically this sort of push and pull with all sorts of silly bureaucracies, whereas they should be focusing on, of course, luxury high rises are great. Again, I'm a capitalist. I don't have a problem with this, but really they should find ways of vertical public housing as high as they can build, possibly, without nitpicking about this or that impact, because you have a serious human problem to solve.
Can you imagine though paying taxes?
Shelter.
Right? Can you imagine paying taxes and not be able to walk outside and feel safe though? I feel like that's kind of the push and pull where it's like you've got a humanitarian crisis, no doubt, that needs to be addressed right there. But the fact that
point though, right? Where are those taxes going? If I'm paying taxes to the government, shouldn't that at least come back in housing my fellow human beings and thus also assuring my safety and security? No?
Well, you're paying for the law enforcement, like enforce what is established as the law. I mean, and not being able to feel safe, like a robbery occurs. That's just kind of how it goes. Stealing. I mean, some of that stuff is. I don't want to get too much into it.
I was going to say, you got the flip side of the coin.
But at some point, you walk out of your house, shouldn't you feel safe? Shouldn't you be able to park in front of your car without feeling like you're going to get robbed?
I mean, I never felt threatened personally, but to me, it is actually, it is a concern for me that people are not housed, that they don't have a roof over their heads and that they're basically left to their own fate. And obviously there's an aspect of criminality, but that's I think that can be really nipped in the bud in if actually you attend to the root of the problem, which is basic human necessities, Anyway, that's probably a very, very long discussion. I'm not sure if this is even the right platform. I'm happy to share, and hear your insight too, JB.
Probably not the right platform.
No.
On the Tesla stuff, though, they're down 20% in the last 5 days.
I saw that for like months
no, 5 days. 5 days is they're down 12% over 1 month, 19.35.
How about Amazon? How much are they down?
They're down a fair amount, but they're better than most.
The reason why I ask is because I know Amazon is like that's what
12% down in the last 5 days. 28%.
Pretty bad.
That's a bargain.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy more Amazon. I was pretty heavy into Amazon right now, hence why my fucking portfolio looks like shit. But still, as long as these small businesses keep going belly up.
This day. I was just kidding.
No, I mean, let's be honest. It seems harsh to say, but as long as small businesses keep going belly up, Amazon's going to be a solid pick.
For sure, they've got the pipes. I mean, are you kidding me? They are a FedEx themselves. Gotta be careful what I say on these IT topics.
Yeah. Guys, we will go for another 30 minutes. I thought Cool Chris Kelly was coming on too, but I think he has forsaken us. But it's okay.
Crypto down as well. So let's look at the crypto, Bitcoin.
What's wrong with this world, man?
Let's look at the Gerard Pergo stock price.
5 days down 13.2%, and last month down 25%. It's at 31,000 right now per Bitcoin.
Hmm.
That's tough.
And
to
you can see
swallow.
in
A lot
watch
of people
charts,
hurting.
it's quite the same too. Like 12%, I think, overall down. And if you look at watch charts as well. And what you see is those pieces that you've been wanting that are dipping down, perhaps between a reasonable level that's palatable. You know, if you want to add it to your collection, you know, be cautious. But if you've been eyeing something and it gets to the price point you're comfortable with, maybe a time in the next, by the end of the year, maybe to find a good spot or find the good deal. Things are going to tighten up. You perhaps you don't know what direction it's going to go. Big pullback though.
I think Mike the Snake, that cheeky guy. I think he actually might have fucking hit the market at the right fucking time.
What do you mean?
Like, I think he might get his root beer at retail.
Yeah,
I don't think he's a I mean, look, I'll admit, I thought he was a delusional fantasist, like Tim said. But if the market keeps fucking taking a shit like this, it's possible.
look, it's not
Or
nothing.
it might get in within range for him to fucking purchase it.
Nothing is impossible. I
No.
think I also, look, for me, as much as I understand, again, it might be a fool's errand. I would never pay more than list price for a contemporary Rolex myself. But then again, I don't really desire them and aspire to them as many other people do. You have seen, how puny my wrists are. I can't even wear them. So
Exactly.
it's for me, I'm not so bothered by it as some people are. Some of the flippers in the community, of course, took particular offense at that and said, like, Mike, don't say that. Don't say that. God forbid people take a principled stance and actually start demanding to buy watches at retail. I mean, God forbid, right?
But don't you think some of that is their potential supply line is at risk now?
Depends on how small the AD is.
You know what? I talked to as I was telling Lord earlier, I was at an AD today, and I asked the sales lady, "Are you guys getting more watches?" And she told me, "Yeah, we are filling more orders, but the problem is there's so much backup that we're basically filling orders. But yeah, watches are getting onto wrist more than because everything was shut down. Rolex is making more watches than they ever did before." And this is what she told me today. So yeah.
But yeah, then again, like you said, George, and like she told you, they're also playing catch up. So it's with Rolex, I think, even with Rolex, it will probably take years, even with those supposed new manufacturer they opened or the new annex they built in BLBN. I think it's gonna take maybe years for them to catch up the stutter the pandemic put into their production. With brands like Patek, it's never going to happen. It's not going to be catch up, but they don't necessarily mind that. I think
No.
they like keeping.
No, it works on their advantage.
Yeah.
So
So
they're not going to put out the volume to put anything like.
And JB, you know what? They shouldn't, because the only thing that distinguishes brands like Patek, Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin is the relative amount of work hours they put on every watch that comes out of their manufacturer. If everything was mechanized, streamlined, vertically integrated, and industrially produced as Rolex is today, then they could never justify the kinds of prices they're asking, even at retail. So I don't think they should change, and I don't think Rolex should change either. I think Rolex has gotten the recipe right and expanded on the right scale, just as they are moving forward their models with minor modifications, slight evolution over whole scale revolution. I think they have scaled up nicely so far, and they shouldn't disrupt their own model just because the demand rose at any given time. I think it is what it is, but the secondary market is seeing some correction, and I think it will. Like you said, JB, maybe it's better to wait until the end of the year. I had decided to wait at any rate until the end of the year, or maybe until like next February or so to make any new watch purchases. So
here's what the fact though is in most cases a retail Rolex is desirable and there's still a market for it. Just that demand at that price is going to be there for any watch lover. If you can get your hands on a nice piece, like I want to enjoy it.
Oh, look, I do have my name down at the local AD for an ST43. So if that comes through, I will buy that watch. Whether
how long ago did you put your name on there?
It hasn't been too long. It hasn't been longer than 4 months. Yeah, I mean I'm on a list, but I don't really trust them anyways. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but yeah.
But well, it is what it is. I mean, if you are in a metropolitan area, if it's a big AD, the good thing is they have larger volume. The bad thing is they also have a long list of preferred customers as well. So they can. I remember in one of the Patek ADs around here. More recently, I was waiting for 15 minutes, and some old guy came, and a manager came out and talked to him, and then they just escorted the guy in right in front of me, even though they didn't have an appointment. And he just said as much, actually, right in front of me.
You might get lucky. I mean,
do you have an
appointment? Not the higher end. You're not walking into any of those other ones, but I mean,
No. What I wanted to say is if they can do that to your face, right? When you wait in the sun for 15 minutes and someone else comes and they're just escorted in, saying that they don't have an appointment in front of you. Imagine what kind of tricks similar ADs are pulling with so-called wait lists. You know what I mean?
Break up the Krispy Kremes, Lord.
Yeah.
All right. The Steve development. Cool, Chris Kelly.
I'm going to hop off. You guys have a good evening. It was great talking watches and beaters.
Hey, nice talking to you, JB.
Take care, man.
I'm gonna head off too.
See you. You're taking off as well.
Beach. Good night, man.
Yeah, it's 1:00 in the morning. I got to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So
my watch only says 12 o'clock, so that's what I'm going by. My watch is not set, so.
Oh, what'd I do? Scare everybody off or what?
No, man. You have a slight bit of echo, though. That does scare me. Cool, Chris.
Here, let me do this.
Better.
You got your new Longines? You got your Zulu time? Hello?
Hold on. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Let me see if I can fix this.
All right.
Yeah, because Cool Chris was in the market for that Longines Zulu time, the new GM.
Yeah. The one with the 5 stars on there, 4 stars. I know what watch. That's a nice watch.
I think he got it. But I want to see if that's the case, or is it just a wrist shot that he took at the AD, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the GMT, right?
Yes, I think they call it what, Zulu time or something.
Yeah. For the money, man, that's a great GMT. It's really nice looking too. They did a good job.
Guys, in the meantime,
is that any better?
Much better. So did you get that Longines? Cool, Chris?
I did. So it's not the Zulu time. It's the normal Spirit, but it's the titanium version. So it has the anthracite dial, and obviously it looks a little duller because it's not stainless steel.
Cool.
Yeah, but no, I love it. I mean, This is my daily. I wear it everywhere.
Nice, man. We're in good health.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Wear them.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by it. You know, I seen it on the strap, but not on the bracelet. And so once I got it, and I even got the smaller because it comes in a larger version because it comes in two sizes, a 40 and a 42.
Okay. This is the 40.
It is. Yep. So that's what I would recommend. And the titanium was great. The loom is exceptional. You know, so yeah, really no complaints. 100 meters water resistance.
Those Arabic numerals are filled with loom, right?
They are, and they're applied. So if you look at the watch from the side, everything has depth to it. Yeah, so it's not
cool, man.
Yeah.
So what did those run for at the AD, if you don't mind me asking?
You know, I found this guy out of I forgot the name of the place. I think it's somewhere in Canada. You know, by way of New York, and you know,
You're talking about the wizard, Stefano?
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Don't even. I already know. Stefano's good people, man.
Yep.
Oh, it was the wizard. It was literally the wizard.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I reached out to him, and he put some work in for me. Found it at a great price, and you know, it was on my list in a short period. So
were you being playful, or you just didn't want to say it at first?
No, you know how it is. I'm leading up to it. It's the suspense. I'm trying to draw it out. You know.
Yeah. Like
no, because yeah, I mean, Stefano is good people. I like that guy. So you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, and absolutely. Yeah, I recommend him 100%, 150%. You know, like that. Definitely stand up and is about what he says, and you know, even if something changes or something happens, which didn't happen in my case, but you know, I would be sure that you know communication would be there, and it's not a fly by night operation like some of these other guys out here. You know?
No. Stefano's the type of guy. He'll go the extra mile for you. Make sure everything's okay. He's not going to buy anything that he wouldn't put on his wrist. You know, make sure you have everything and that you're righted. He does the right thing by people.
Yep.
And then afterwards, he goes and sleeps with your mom.
Hey, listen, what are you gonna do, man? That's his personal life.
Hey, he was looking for my sister, but you know I don't have one of those, so you know.
Need that as a down payment.
But yeah, it's funny when you guys were talking about beaters and everybody was coming out. I was like, he pulled out his Casio. I was like, oh, I got one of those. And then somebody else pulled out. I was like, hey, I got one of those. I don't have a Speedy, but I was man, how many shooters do I have in my collection?
JB was slick, man. He's like, I just want to show you. I got these Casios. I'm like, I asked him, like, oh, like, what do you have in your collection? What do you want to have in your collection? I thought that's just what he had. Oh, I just got the Daytona 11651N. That's all. Diamond set. Nothing big deal.
In fact, I have it right here. It's on my wrist. Check it out.
Cool little watch on a rubber band. You know,
not a big deal.
Nice, sleek, beautiful. Yeah, that by the way, that's that one with the black dial, you know, diamonds, factory diamonds, in two-tone. Again, George, you don't like it, I know, but that's also a great one too.
All right, guys, I gotta get killing here. I'm gonna
all right.
Fucking chair. So all right,
guys,
all right, player. Good seeing you.
So we're in the last stretch, guys. If you have been enjoying the show, please hit that like button. If you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe. It helps me a great deal, gets me that much closer to 1,000 subs, which is my first major goal on YouTube. We crossed a lot of thresholds, and because all of you are very engaged, enthusiastic, and very loyal, I have basically completed the watch hours, but I still need your support to reach that 1,000 subscriber mark. So share the word, send the link out on other platforms, tell all your friends. I really need your help. And if you want to encourage me, and if you want to help me create more original content and run more of these live streams, you can always consider making a PayPal donation at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $VVV LHVVV.
So
Yeah.
I got a quick question for you,
Please.
because I've never had this experience, and it's not negative or anything like that. At least not yet. It should be good. But I finally sent something off to Rolex for warranty work.
Okay.
I found out, thank goodness, I went in and to a Torno, and they have a repair facilities, at South Coast. So I go and I was like, I've never had this pressure tested, and they said, hey, we'll do it for you, no problem. Not thinking anything of it.
Right?
I'm sorry?
They can do it on site at Tono.
Oh yeah, it takes them 30 seconds. So, I was telling them, hey, I think it runs a little slow. Eventually, I'll probably send it in and have them take a look at it. But, nothing big right now. It's still under warranty. Have them pressure tested, and it fails.
Interesting. Which one is that?
The red line, the SD43.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So, I was a little shocked and surprised, but no biggie. It was a nice time to be able to send it back.
Is it the 5-year-old one? Is yours the first gen?
Yeah, it's a Mark I dial.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's one of the earlier ones, and I've kind of read about some issues that they've had, but you never really want to send anything in if you don't have to, or at least as long as you can.
It takes about 2 months to get your watch back.
Okay, that was going to be my question, because I understand everything's slow, but they were like, yeah, you'll probably get it back by the 4th of July, maybe a little bit after.
Chris, here's what changed. Forget about the pandemic, but the place that you could walk into in Beverly Hills, Rolex service center there, used to be a service center. So you could actually leave your watch there. They would give you an instant service estimate, which didn't cost anything. And then you would leave your watch there, and they would fix it there, service it there, and then call you when it's ready for pickup. Now, they basically, scaled down the facilities there. Now they send it to Dallas for service. So there's an additional step now, which doesn't really, in the post-pandemic situation, which doesn't really help with the lead times of service. So it will probably take a good 2 months, perhaps even maybe 10 weeks.
You know what, Lord? Even when you drop it off over here in New York now, they're doing a lot of work. They're not at the normal spot. You have to go on what is it? I think it's 5th Avenue and 56th Street. They're not at the Rolex building no more. And when you do drop off a watch, they tell you 6 to 8 weeks. And I talked to a guy. We got into talking about watch, and I asked him how long did he have to wait for his watch, and he said 8 weeks. So yeah, that's usually and they have facilities over there, because there's you drop off the watch in Manhattan, but the repair center is in Long Island City, which is not that far away, which is only a couple of miles away. So and also another thing, when I was there, packed. There's always people in there, because you got to remember, they sell the most watches. They sell, 1 million watches a year. So now only having 2 service centers, Texas and New York, they're getting all that layover.
Okay. All right. That sounded like a little while, and I was like, all right. But I didn't know that they used to conduct the services on premise, and at the Beverly Hills location. I always thought they all got sent back somewhere. Obviously, not back to the home factory, but somewhere else. I never knew that. So, all right. I won't panic too much.
At some point they were. I think they stopped doing it maybe already 3-4 years ago. Even before the pandemic, they had scaled that down. Mr. Skydweller says, dancing with a stranger, watching Lord. Life is amazing. Love all of you. We love you too, Mr. Skydweller.
That sounds good, man.
That's cool, man.
That sounds like a scene out of a movie. Enjoy it. Enjoy your time. Cherish it. Yeah, stay in the moment, man. You can always come back to this live stream. Enjoy.
So, Cool in Cali, Cool Chris from Cali. Did you, when you gave in your watch, are you going to have it polished, or you told them not to polish it?
No, I said don't touch anything. The only things that I'm looking to get done is to remedy the waterproof issue, right? And just to have them take a look at the timekeeping of the device, but no cosmetic changes, no improvements, nothing like that. But luckily, it's still a relatively new watch, so there isn't too much, going on with it. But I did specifically say, hey, I don't want anything, nothing cosmetic. Just I want it to I want it to be watertight, and I want it to tell time.
Cool.
Yeah, it's something walking through that place, man. It's funny when you see, you're walking by the boutiques and you see them at the door, and it's almost like they're evaluating whether they're going to try and reach out and grab you and pull you into the store. If they're going to tell you before you get 5 feet from the store, don't even look in the window.
Well, let's see. Actually, I am going to South Coast Plaza next weekend, like this weekend, on Saturday actually, and I have an appointment with both Lange and Audemars Piguet there. So,
nice.
Wish you luck, man.
Yeah. I don't, especially with the AP, I'm not expecting anything. And with Lange, you never know, but we'll see. They produce less than 6,000 watches, as you know, and with the pandemic, it fell down even more, maybe to 5,000, maybe somewhere around 5,500. Everything is basically limited by production when it comes to Lange. So I think we'll see. Maybe they will offer me something interesting, but I guess with Lange, the secondary market is still what you have, and I'm willing to wait for things if they are at the right value, whether we are talking about retail or secondary market. So I'm a very satiated buyer, when it comes to these things. I love the watches that I have. I love my collection as it is. If I can add something that I really want at the right price for the right, deal, whether it's at retail or secondary, I'm good. If not,
that's the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, and you know what? That Lange boutique that you're going to be going to, my experience there is that they treated me extremely well. I went in and I was, pretty frank. I was like, look, I know of the watch, but I'm not familiar with the history and that kind of thing. I'm really attracted to some of the design elements, all that kind of good stuff. And, I got to try on as much as I wanted to. They were very honest about, some of the things that I didn't know that were application pieces, where I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I could walk out of here with this right now. And they laugh, chuckle. Well, no, you couldn't, but, but I mean, in terms of customer service, even following up, and I was just walking through, I got home and I had an email saying, "Hey, thanks." We exchanged cards, all that kind of stuff. It was like, thank you for visiting. Watches and Wonders is coming up. We're expecting some great things. I'd love to have you back in the boutique to, give us your feedback on what you think about, what they display and all that kind of stuff. So,
Speaking of, by the way, Lange's history and design language, I actually made a video on it. So if you guys want to check out my video later on Lange's design language, please click the link that I'm posting right now. But yeah, I appreciate them, and I will be wearing my Reverso, of course. As you guys know, they belong to the same family of companies at this point. So that's my appeasement policy. As close.
Wait, what's that? JLC and Lange are aligned in some way?
Yeah, it's Richemont. So it's Lange, it's Vacheron Constantin, it's GG Lecoutre, it's Cartier. Who else? These are the part of. Oh yeah, Russell specifies even more. He says, I believe Lange production dropped to 3,500 during the height of the pandemic. They had less than 60% staffing for extended periods. Thank you for that specific information, Russell. So it was almost halved. Not quite, but yeah, like dropped 40%, as Russell said. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was up until basically all watch companies. It was up until maybe these couple of months that they got to back to full operating, pumping out watches to where they used to be.
Yeah. And again, they are even brands like Rolex that produce a lot of watches are still going to be playing catch up for some time to come. So yeah, don't expect significantly more watches to come through at retail, especially from more boutique brands like Lange and Patek and similar. So.
Well, yeah, you could. If I had to guess, I would have to say that Rolex's books are probably filled up for the next 4 or 5 years. They have enough customers, so that's why I say there's very few pieces that are going to drop to MSRP. You're not really going to see that. That's the days of buying a GMT at list price is over.
Oh man, I hope not. I hope not. Don't say that.
For normal, you got to work on it. Just walking in and seeing them in the display case, you're never going to see. That's why they got exhibition pieces.
Guys, we are truly in the last stretch, just the last 4 minutes here. I'm going to turn to my panelists and ask for their last words, last statements. But if you have any last minute questions or requests, please put them in the chat. If you're on your way out, please don't forget to upvote. If you want to contribute, the ticker is going there. You know how to do it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support and presence. I really appreciate you spreading the word and sharing the link on other platforms. We crossed a major threshold today. I now have a community board. I have the ability now to live stream from my cell phone. So these are all things that YouTube unlocked for me. And I'm sure
now you could do satellites. You could
limits at some point.
You could stream us from the ADs.
Well, I'm actually going to the opening of the Rodeo Drive GG Lecoutre boutique on Thursday night. So
there you go.
So that should be interesting. Hopefully they will let me film at least for 5 minutes or something like that. I will ask for permission. We'll see. If not, at least we will see the scene from outside, which is a very nice facade they built on Rodeo Drive now. So it's very, very beautiful. Exactly what the brand deserves, if you ask me. But hey, it's never too late. So cool, Chris. What do you want to leave us with?
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the host for inviting me on. It's always nice to be able to come and congregate with some fellow brothers in the time, and just kind of hang out and shoot the, what it is. And aside from that, I know that we all talk about wearing our watches and keeping our watches and, not scratching our watches and all that kind of stuff. But let me tell you, finding out that my watch was not waterproof and it's a sea dweller. The irony of it, that if I had jumped in the pool, something could have possibly happened. Guys, just if you got a place you can go, just have somebody take a quick look at it, make sure it's not making any crazy sounds or, happens to be not waterproof, especially if you plan to wear it. It's summertime. Water guns, barbecues. We're getting wet this weekend.
Well, I'm good. I'm really happy that you just casually did that and figured out that it didn't pass the pressure test. So I'm glad that didn't happen. And it's a relatively new watch. I mean, it's been it's what, 5 years old, basically, right?
Yeah, it's 2018.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. I mean, it would have been embarrassing, especially when I'm talking to some of my boys. I'm like, your Panerai ain't nothing. I don't care what that did. It never went that deep. And I jump in the kiddie pool and, So, yeah, guys, maintain your watches while you wear them. Maintain them. Spend a couple bucks.
What about you, George?
I'm going to say thank you to the host, just as cool Chris did. Everybody subscribe to Lord, like before you guys jump out. And my last words are, let them eat cake.
Guys, thank you so much. There are a few people who just jumped on to upvote. Hello, Sunshine. Thanks for dropping by. And Thomas is saying, can't wait for the iPhone on the stick shtick. Hey, there's much more to come. Hopefully, it will go beyond that, but I still need to buy some equipment. So again, any contributions are welcome if you want to expedite the process just a little bit and help this channel sustain itself at least. Jay says, I'm picturing a Fellini movie when you start filming on Rodeo Drive. We need to find the right stars and someone with actual camera skills, I would say. But hey, I'll try my best and I will educate myself. Lone Snake, thank you so much. J617, Russell, Thomas Broadband, Mr. Skydweller, Basil Bezos, everyone who has contributed, who has chipped in, Jimmy, Corrado Galizia, Big Meech, JB, all of you good people who have been frequenting the stream. This is your home. This is a little house that we're building together. And we have already achieved so much in just 3 months. So I think the sky is the limit, really, truly. So I thank you for your help, for your support, for your presence. And I will see you tomorrow. Hey, some interesting content coming up this week, in addition to guest hosting Archie's stream on Wednesday. So look out for that. Take care, guys. Signing off. Goodbye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.